I'm sorry.
Isn't it true that Dr. Kipper informed you in August of 2014 that your brother was uncomfortable and is pessimistic that he will ever be able to stop doing drugs?
He does write this in this email, but this email is an update. I believe, if I'm looking at the dates, and I don't remember all dates, but I know that period and what's written in the email. I think this was during the time that they were, where he was getting help from Dr. Kipper.
Right, but that's what he informed you of in your role as his manager and his sister about the status of Mr. Depp's belief that he would be able to stop doing drugs, right?
Getting help from Dr. Kipper.
Right, but
I'll allow that question.
that's what he informed you of in your role
I
as
think
his
he was
manager
informing
and
me
sister
of the conversations.
about the status
Yes.
of, and he also informed you that your brother didn't take accountability for his behaviors, correct? Right, but
I'll allow that question.
that's what he informed you of in your role
I
as
think he
his
was
manager
informing me of the conversations.
about the
Yes.
status of, and he also informed you that your brother didn't take accountability for his behaviors, correct? Right, but
I'll allow that question.
that's what he informed you of in your role.
I think he does say in here that, yes.
And he also informed
He
you
wrote that he
your-
has no
your brother
accountability for his behaviors
didn't take
in this time.
accountability for his behaviors. And Heather, can you go to the top of page 2, please?
I'll allow that question.
He does say in here.
In that first and second line, he also told you that your brother has fundamental issues with anger,
In this time.
right? And Heather, can you go to the top of page 2, please?
All right.
Same exception that applied to the other ones. This is what, in that he in first and second line, he also told you that your brother has fundamental issues with anger,
In this time.
right? And Heather, you can take that down. So you just testified, exception that applied to the other ones. This is what, Ms. Dembrowski, that you also told you that your brother has fundamental issues with anger. Understood from Amber that drugs and alcohol were impacting their relationship, but that you didn't necessarily believe that, right?
Right.
And you didn't necessarily share those concerns, right?
Right.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Amber after a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014?
Objection to your side.
I just asked if she spoke with her. I'm not asking what the content
Just
is.
spoke. I'll overrule the objection at this time.
I don't recall specific times speaking with Amber like that.
Okay. Did you become aware of an incident on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Foundation objection? If you,
She's testified that she.
I'll sustain the objection. It's foundation if you can lay a foundation.
If something happened in your brother's life that was notable, you wanted to know about it. You testified to that, right?
Objection calls for speculation. Hypothetical.
Yes, sir.
It's a foundation question. She's testified that she had insight into his daily life. You testified to that, right?
I don't see it as a foundation question, so I'm going to sustain the objection if you want to.
Okay.
lay a foundation.
You were kept apprised of the goings-on in Johnny's life, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday you saw him just about every day, correct?
What I testified to yesterday, saw him every day, was when he was with the family of Vanessa.
And you still saw him, or were in touch with him fairly frequently as his business manager and as his sister when he was with Amber, correct?
Less frequent,
Okay, but still with some frequency, right?
yes.
And if an event had happened that was potentially harmful to your brother, you would want to know about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
All right, I'll sustain asked and answered. Next question.
you made an effort to make yourself available to Ms. Hurd to talk to you about issues she was having with your brother, correct?
I'm excuse me, I made an effort to talk to her anytime I felt she needed to speak.
Somebody's trying to call us.
It's kind of a pleasant ringtone.
I didn't answer it, so. I don't know.
Ms. Dembrowski, in addition to just Amber believing it, you believed that your brother needed help, didn't you?
Objection made.
Vague.
You believed that your brother needed help with drugs and alcohol, didn't you?
Overruled objection. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I believed on the one medication I was concerned about.
And you wanted your brother to get better from his addictions, right?
I wanted to address the medication that he was on.
And you understood that Amber wanted the same thing, wanted him to get better for both him and for her, correct?
Objection calls for speculation as to what Amber wanted.
I'll sustain as to what Amber wanted.
Now, do you recall meeting with Ms. Heard on May 25th, 2014?
I don't recall.
Let's pull up Exhibit 234, please.
You said that was 234?
234, yes.
Thank you.
The non-redacted version. Yeah. Ms. Dembrowski, this is a multi-page exhibit that we can, we're not going to ask you about all the pages, but is this a text message chain between Amber and you on May 25th, 2014?
Yes,
And those are your texts in gray on the left, right?
yes,
And Ms. Heard's texts in blue on the right?
yes.
Your Honor, we have a version of this exhibit with Ms. Heard's text redacted and the personal identifiers redacted that I'd like to ask the witness about and publish to the jury. I'm happy.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
First, you want to admit it to evidence before you publish it to the jury.
Correct,
So let's-
right. So I'm just previewing that. Would you like me to go through the unredacted version with the witness first?
No.
Or,
Well, if it's just her text, how is that probative if it's just her text?
because it's her text about what two things. One, it's her text about what she wanted for her brother. We'll get to those on page 2.
Your Honor, she still has the same hearsay problem.
I'm allowed to ask her about her own words and what her feelings sort
You
of
can
brother.
ask her about it, but it's not coming into evidence.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay?
Ms. Dembrowski, did you reach out to Ms. Heard on May 25th, 2014,
Yes,
asking her if she wanted to talk?
yes.
Why did you do that?
I
Did you do that because you had been made aware of an issue about your brother's behavior on a flight earlier that day?
I
Or the
don't
day
re-
before?
I don't recall why I did that.
You don't recall why you did that?
No,
Or you have no awareness or memory of a flight earlier that day or the day before?
I don't recall all flights at all times. I don't have any specific memory of anything.
If you can turn to page 2, Heather. If you can look at your third text down, Your Honor, or Ms. Dembrowski, you say to him, or to Ms. Heard, you say to Ms. Heard, I love him so much, but he needs help, and I don't have all the information to help alone. Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor, this is all hearsay.
I'll allow that question. That's fine.
I do see that.
And what did you mean when you said he needs help?
I don't recall the actual timing of it, but I wanted to help him with that medication that he was on. That I know. And I know that I wanted to be able to be helpful in life because they were arguing all the time.
And I believe you testified earlier that you didn't actually have concerns about your brother's dependence on drugs, right?
No, I said that I did have about the medication.
Just the pain pills?
It was the pain pills.
Nothing else?
I didn't have concern.
So when you said he needs help, that's what you were referring to, is that you believe that your brother needed help with pills?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered,
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
Heather, can you please pull up the pages ending in 934? Start with that, please. Actually, let's go to 936.
Just for the record, this is still in Exhibit 234. It's just stamped page 936. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Dembrowski, do you see the message that you sent to Amber 3 down where you said he is going to see the doctor in the morning with 3 exclamation points?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about that. Were you referring to, when you said he, you were referring to your brother, right?
Yes.
And by doctor, you meant an addiction doctor? Is that right?
I believe I would have meant Dr. Kipper.
Okay. And what was, you'd agree that it's fairly rare to get an appointment for a doctor the next day, right?
Which actually calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. That's fine.
I don't know that it's rare to get an appointment the next day.
Well, Dr. Kipper wasn't an emergency room doctor, right?
No.
So what was so urgent about your brother's need to see a doctor that he was going to see Dr. Kipper the next morning when you texted this at 7:35 p.m.?
I don't know that it was urgent. I think I was happy that he was. I don't know that it was urgent. I think.
And you were
think
happy
I
he
was
was going
happy
to see the
that he was
doctor
going to see the
because-
doctor.
And you were happy he was going to see the doctor because you thought he'd finally realized the problem that his drug addiction was having on himself and others, correct?
I was happy he was.
That's
going
why
to
you
see
were
the
happy,
doctor because I was
right?
concerned about. I was happy he was going to see the doctor because I was concerned about the pain medication he was on.
And you were concerned about what that pain medication did to your brother, right?
Yes,
You were concerned about the
I was
effect
concerned
that
about
had
him.
on his life, right? You were concerned about the
I was concerned about him.
And you were concerned about the effect that that drug addiction had on other relationships in his life as well, correct?
Your Honor, ask and answer.
I'm going through,
That's fine. I'll allow it.
Consistent statements.
you can answer.
I didn't see anything that was happening necessarily in life to be concerned about others, me. It was him I was concerned about.
So you didn't see, your testimony today is that you didn't see any effect that your brother's drug problem was having on anyone else other than him.
My concern was him. I wasn't focused on anything beyond that.
Right. You weren't concerned about the effect that it could be having on anyone else. Is that your testimony?
Again, my concern was him.
Can you pull up page 937, please? And when you misheard the text at the top of the page at 9:20 p.m. on May 25th, 2014, and you said, "I just meant I will help in getting him help," what did that mean?
It's help with Dr. Kipper, I believe.
You were referring to getting your brother help for his drug addictions, correct?
I was referring to getting him help with the medication that he was on.
And if you go to page 938, please. When you told Amber at the bottom of that page at 10:26 p.m., I think you need to tell him you are scared and you can't deal. What did you mean by that? I think you need to tell him you are scared and you can't deal. What did you mean by that? I'm asking her what she meant with one of her statements. It's no different from the statement I just asked her about.
I'm just not sure what the prior inconsistent statement would be for this, which was,
Well, that she's testified that all of Amber's concerns were overblown.
okay.
Drug abuse. You were concerned for your brother and your brother only. Is that right?
I was concerned for my brother, yes.
And only your brother. Is that right?
My brother was my focus.
Now, you, in your capacity as his personal manager, you were often apprised of your brother's performance on movie sets, right? Did you have occasion to communicate with studios, for example, about movies that your brother was shooting?
Yes,
And studio executives could feel free to contact you about your brother's work?
yes, they mostly contacted the agent.
Okay. And who was the agent at the time? Was that Tracy Jacobs? And that's your brother, Mr. Depp, fired Ms. Jacobs in or around 2017. Is that right?
I don't recall when.
How long was Ms. Jacobs his agent?
20-something years.
And he fired Ms. Jacobs at some point, right?
Yes.
After his divorce from Amber?
I don't recall exactly when he fired her.
Do you recall whether it was before or after he divorced Amber?
I don't recall. Sorry.
But in any event, you had frequent communications with Ms. Jacobs about your brother's work, correct?
Excuse me. Yeah.
And you, in the course, in your capacity as his manager, it came to your attention that he was late to movie sets, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, per se.
You testified that you had frequent contact with Ms. Jacobs, his agent, right?
Yes.
And that contact included when he was shooting movies?
Yes.
And that contact included communications relating to his conduct on set?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'm laying the foundation.
Well, it sounds like your foundation is going to be based on hearsay, which is what we're going to be getting to.
Well,
If you can lay a foundation
Yeah.
without it being based on hearsay.
Did you have personal knowledge of your brother being late to a set, movie shoots?
Would that be if I was physically there? Is that what you're asking? Or,
Your Honor, no, first I'd ask you to instruct Mr. Chu not to shake his head and nod his head to the witness. That's inappropriate.
All right.
I'm not shaking.
Okay.
Well, he was.
I'm nodding to the witness.
All right, well, I'll keep a lookout for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Dembrowski, your brother told you himself that he was late to movie shoots, didn't he?
Objection, per se.
Party admission.
I'll allow that.
I don't think he came to me and said I'm late to movie shoots, no.
You learned from your brother that he was late to movie shoots, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't think he would have come to me to talk about it,
I'll allow
no.
it.
You learned, so you never had any communications with your brother about issues that he had being on time to movie sets? Is that your testimony?
No, what I'm saying is I worked with him for years. You know, there was never really a continuous topic of whether he was late to a movie set, him and I having a conversation.
He told you he had been late to movie sets, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question,
Can you pull up
please.
348, please?
348.
If you can you blow it up so you just see the second email down, Heather? And that second email down is an email from you to Tracy Jacobs on February 27th, 2015, right?
Objections, you're saying?
I allowed that question. We'll see where we go.
The second, all the way down in here?
The second one down from the top. Sent at 12:50.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's from me to Tracy.
Okay. Now, in the second sentence of that email, you write, he told me 1 to 1.5 hours, but not 2. Yes, he was 2.5 hours late one day and 7 hours recently. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And when you said he told me, you're referring to your brother, Johnny Depp, admitting to you that he was late to movie sets, right?
I don't know that I'm referring to him now.
Okay. In any event, it was a problem. As personal manager, you knew that it was a problem for the studios if he showed up late to set, right?
I knew that on this particular film, there were times when he was late to set.
You did know on this particular film?
On this particular film.
And this particular film is Pirates 5, correct?
Yes,
Pirates of the Caribbean 5? And he was filming that in Australia, right?
yes,
And this email was sent on February 27th, 2015, right?
yes,
So you knew that as he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5 in 2015, early 2015, that he had problems being late to the set, right?
I wouldn't call it problems being late to set, but he was occasionally late to set.
Okay. Late enough that Disney executives called you to discuss that, right?
Objection, you're saying?
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you knew that this wasn't the only movie that he had been late to set for, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
She's testified about her close involvement in his personal affairs when he was shooting movies.
Still lack.
If you can lay a foundation, not based on hearsay.
Well, have you talked to your brother when he was filming each of the movies that he filmed, right?
Yes,
Okay. And with respect to Pirates 5, he told you that he had been late to the set, right?
no, I don't recall him telling me he was late to set.
Okay, so despite the fact that you said he told me, you don't recall whether that was him or not.
I don't know I don't know that the he in that refers to him.
Okay. You were also, I believe you testified yesterday that you were closely involved in the financial aspects of your brother's life, right?
I was closely involved in speaking with the representatives, but I wasn't really closely involved in, his financial world. That wasn't my thing.
And your brother's, the income that he made from movies or other commercial opportunities that he had, that funded both him and it flowed, or it came in through his companies, right? And then the money that your brother made came in through his companies, correct?
I don't really understand your question.
Well, you're the president of one of those companies, Infinitum Nile, right?
Yes,
So if your brother signs a movie contract, the money, is it paid directly to him or does it come in through a company that he owns?
Infinitum now is completely a separate entity, so how he gets paid that's the business managers.
Okay. You were involved with discussions of opportunities that he had to shoot movies, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And you were in close contact with others on Mr. Depp's team about opportunities that arose, right?
Yes,
Okay, including Tracy Jacobs,
yes,
his agent?
yes,
Including, in fact, you would be in contact with studios directly as well. It's from time to time, right?
yes.
And Mr. Jacobs, well, strike that. In your capacity as his personal manager, you became aware of financial distress that your brother was in, correct? Because you were familiar with his financial affairs, right?
I was somewhat familiar. That was the other representative's area.
Okay. Did you have occasion to become familiar with whether he was undergoing financial distress such that he needed to get movies, a certain number of movies a year?
Tracy had a certain number of movies per year that she wanted him to do.
And the certain number of movies a year, to your understanding, the certain number of movies a year that your brother had to do was necessary to stave off financial distress, correct?
The certain number of movies per year, Tracy would push for a certain number of movies per year because it was beneficial to her.
That's the only reason she pushed for a certain number of movies a year?
That's the main reason Tracy would push for a certain number of movies per year, yes.
Not because it was beneficial to Mr. Depp?
If it was beneficial to Mr. Depp, then it was going to be beneficial to Tracy.
Okay, but just because it was beneficial to Tracy doesn't mean it wasn't beneficial to Mr. Depp or his companies, correct?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, at some point, you became aware when he was filming Pirates 5 in Australia, you became aware of an injury that he suffered to his finger, right?
Yes.
And you were involved in trying to cover up how it happened, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You were involved in helping to cover up how the finger injury happened, right?
I don't understand cover-up.
You were involved in making sure that people on Mr. Depp's team didn't say how he hurt his hand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if she can answer it.
You can answer.
We certainly didn't want any press to know about it, so that's, to keep it from that.
And because you didn't want any press to know about his finger injury, you told Mr. Depp's personal assistant to make sure that to say that he wasn't sure how Mr. Depp hurt his hand, correct? You instructed him to say that.
If it was someone that I would be concerned that the word would get out to the press, I would have done that.
So it was okay to you to tell people to lie to protect your brother, right?
It wasn't necessarily a lie. I didn't know how he hurt his finger myself at the time, because I'm pretty sure I know the time frame you're talking about is when it first happened.
And you have no personal knowledge to this day of how he hurt his finger, correct? Because you weren't there.
I wasn't there.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 210, redacted, please? Your Honor, this is the exhibit we discussed yesterday. If the court and Mr. Chu agrees with the redactions, I'd just like to publish it to the jury and admit it into evidence.
Well, if it's 210, it's already in evidence. That's the one you gave me this morning, correct? No, that's a different one.
Yeah, I think that was 214.
That was 214. I'm sorry. I got it backwards. This is 210.
And I believe that this
follows.
It's just one page? Or it's two pages, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's these 2 pages that we talked about yesterday.
Right. Reserving your objections, are the redactions correct?
The redactions are correct, we reserve our redactions.
Okay, that's fine. Then. I will enter 214 into evidence over objections.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you blow that up, please? So, Ms. Dembrowski, we discussed this a little bit yesterday. This is the text exchange between you and Ms. Hurd on February 3rd, 2014, where Ms. Hurd says JD is on a bender, and your response is, where are the kids, correct?
Yes.
And just scroll down, please. Let's go to the next page, please. Scroll down to the bottom, please. And then you text Amber, worry about everything. Is that right?
I wrote the words worry about everything. It was myself. I was speaking about myself.
And you tell her, I don't love any of it, correct?
Right.
And
All right, sustained. We did go through this yesterday, but go ahead.
And 2 days later is when you sent your brother the text messages that said, stop booze, stop coke, stop pills, correct?
I'm not looking at it. I don't recall the timing of it.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Dembrowski.
Good morning.
During Mr. Rottenborn's examination yesterday and again this morning, he spent a lot of time talking to you about your brother's alleged drug and alcohol abuse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You're not denying that Mr. Depp ever used alcohol or drugs, are you?
Objection leading.
It's redirect, Your Honor.
That's still leading. I'll sustain as to leading if you want to rephrase your question.
You also testified several times in response to Mr. Rottenborn's questions that Ms. Hurd tends to say things in a more dramatic manner. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
I've had my own interaction one-on-one with Ms. Hurd, so I know a bit about her personality. She would present information to me that was not necessarily information that was supported by everybody else that was around. And I've spent a lot of years working with my brother. We have a close team. It's many years of trusted people helping, make sure that everything in life, it works out and goes smoothly. But all those people where I would have a daily contact, whether it's about scheduling or just how the day's going for all the years, those people never said the same thing.
Objection, hearsay.
I think it was responsive to the question.
No, I'll sustain the last sentence.
Yeah,
Just the last sentence of it, that's all.
Understood, Your
Okay.
Honor. I think
as well.
I think it goes to state of mind rather than the
Right.
truth.
I just did the last sentence. I'll sustain just the last sentence.
Thank you,
Strike
Honor.
the last sentence, okay?
And do you recall your testimony yesterday when you stated that after the phenomenal success of Pirates 1, one of the changes to Mr. Depp's, your brother's, personal life was that there were a lot more people around him after that? Do you recall that?
Yes.
When Johnny and Miss Hurd became involved in a relationship several years later, were there still a lot of people around them, your brother, on a regular basis?
Yes.
Who were those people?
He had assistants, he had security, he had, property managers, people that helped at the house. He had quite a few people that were around all the time.
How often did you communicate with those people?
I communicated daily, not necessarily with each one of those people, but I communicated pretty much daily with people within the world, the circle.
Did any of those people ever raise the same concerns that Ms. Hurd did?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Again, it goes to state of mind.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
What, if any, concerns were expressed about Johnny's behavior when using alcohol?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Again, it goes to state of mind.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
She's subject to recall? No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dembrowski, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dembrowski.
All right, your next witness. Good morning, ma'am.
Him called Isaac Baruch.
Isaac Peruch. All right.
He's here.
We'll get him. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. While we're waiting for him, can you spell his last name for the court reporter for me?
Yes, Baruch.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Hey, there's a thing here, transcript thing.
You can just
Go
keep
ahead.
it there, sir. Have a seat.
Okay.
Put the microphone close to you, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name's Isaac Baruch, ISAAC-BARUCH.
Mr. Baruch, where do you currently live?
I live in Los Angeles.
Do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I know him since teenagers. We met in Florida.
And could you tell the jury a little bit about your experience meeting Mr. Depp when you were teenagers in Florida?
Yeah, we were both playing in bands. We had mutual friends, and that we met in probably 1980. And yeah, we hit it off. We got along with each other, and yeah.
How often did you see Mr. Depp when you were teenagers together in Florida?
Few times a month. I'd say it could be more, a little more or whatever, because, you know, we'd see each other at parties and clubs, nightclubs where the bands played. Yeah, like that.
And for how long were you both living in Florida and seeing each other somewhat regularly?
Well, we met in like 1980, so and then we both moved away. He moved to California, I moved to New York. What was that, from 80 to 83? What's that, like 4 years?
What were your impressions of Mr. Depp while you were both living in Florida at the same time?
Oh, he's a sweet kid. A sweet guy.
Sir, wait, there's an objection.
Oh,
Thank you.
What his impressions were back then?
Or what's the relevance?
Just establishing the background and the relationship, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question, please.
Mr. Bruch, did there come a time when Mr. Depp moved away from Florida?
yeah, yeah.
And where did he move to, if you know?
Like I said before, he moved to California.
At some point in time, did you also move to California?
Yeah.
And did you reconnect with Mr. Depp when you got there?
Yeah.
Around what time was that?
Sometime during the first year, and then afterwards, after the first year, more and stuff. Yeah.
About what year would you say that was?
Oh, I moved to California in September of '85.
And did you know if Mr. Depp was working when you arrived in California in 1985?
Well, I knew he was pursuing acting at that time. Yeah, he's looking for work because he's pursuing acting.
How often did you see Mr. Depp when you first moved to California?
Well, like I said, the first year, a few times. Afterwards, I had a friend who whose girlfriend lived in the same building as Johnny. And so then hanging out over there, I ended up seeing Johnny more often. And plus, my friend, who I'm talking about, whose girlfriend lived in the same building, he was playing in a band, and they needed another guitar player, and Johnny ended up joining the band, so we were hanging out a lot more often.
What were you doing when you moved out to California?
I was pursuing music also. Working retail jobs and trying to get a band, make a band, you know?
Did there come a time when you began working for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Oh, that's later on. That's like in 1993.
What were you doing for Mr. Depp when you started working for him in 1993?
Well, he owned a place called the Viper Room, and which is a music venue, nightclub, bar, and bands play. And it was already open for 6 months. And the girl who was working, the person who was working as office manager didn't want to work there anymore. So the guy who was running the place for Johnny, who was a friend named Sal Jenko, another Florida friend from back in 1980, when we all first meet, he calls me up and he says, "Hey, Isaac, do you want to work this job?"
I don't think it's offered for the
I don't
truth
think
of the
it's
matter.
relevant
Sir.
either. I mean, can we
That's
get-
fine. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
At some point in time, did you stop working at the Viper Room for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Well, I worked from 93 to 98. In 98, I moved away.
Did you return to LA again at some point?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
I moved back December of 2002.
What did you do for work when you returned to LA?
Well, for 2 weeks, I worked at an art gallery, and then I went back to the Viper Room on New Year's Eve.
How long were you working at the Viper Room at that point in time?
It was another year, and then the place changed hands.
Were you working on anything else while you were working at the Viper Room in that time frame?
Yeah, I was sidewise. I was teaching myself art.
And what steps were you taking to teach yourself art at that time?
Books, learning how to draw and paint, and taking community college classes.
At some point in time, did you begin pursuing art on a full-time scale?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Well, I was working at the Viper Room, taking classes, and then at one point, the club changed hands completely after a year, 2004. And I was given a choice of either keep working for these new owners, or Johnny, out of his pocket, was going to give a severance pay to whoever didn't want to work there anymore. So I took the severance pay, and then it helped me continue on to to finish community classes, private classes, and then be able to transfer to Cal State University.
And did you get a degree from Cal State University?
Yes, I did.
What degree was that?
BFA,
What year?
2010.
After you received your BFA, did you continue to pursue art full-time?
Yeah,
Did Mr. Depp ever express an interest in your art?
yeah.
When was the first time that happened?
Well, first time you saw a painting in 2008, and then the next time was 2012. I had made a painting and sent it to my best friend, in an email, and he forwarded it to Johnny, and Johnny emailed back saying, hey, when Isaac wants to sell that, whenever he wants to sell that, to go ahead and get in touch with me because I want to buy it.
Did Mr. Depp ever buy that painting?
No.
Why not?
Because when I brought over paintings, I had moved back to California, and I brought over a bunch of paintings for him to look at and see if he wants any, to buy any, and he looked at me and says, I got an idea. How about I be a patron, and we put together an art show, make a body of work, and then I'll throw a party and invite people, and I'll sell the stuff for you, and you could keep all the money. So he didn't buy any paintings there. Instead, he offered me a complete patronship.
So what did you understand he meant by becoming your patron?
Well, it was going to financially make it possible for me to just paint every day and put together a body of work, so that way then it could be sold.
How did he plan to do that?
Objection to what he planned on doing.
What did you understand he planned to do to make that possible for you?
I could tell you that what it included was that the next day I ended up moving into I moved into a art studio penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building. It was, listen, I got a place for you to go ahead and live and work and put this body of art together, and I'll take care of you. You don't have to worry about anything.
And what was the place where you were going to live that Mr. Depp offered you?
The Eastern Columbia building.
Did you take him up on that offer to live at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yeah, of course.
And how did that make you feel?
I started crying. One day you're in your mother's garage selling paintings for $100, $200, $300 on eBay. Next thing you know, it's an art show, and you don't have to worry about diddly squat. Of course. I was flipping out.
When did you move into the Eastern Columbia building?
The next day after we met and we talked. The next day, I get a phone call from a guy named Kevin Murphy, who is working for Johnny, and I go and he says, hey, meet me at this address. And I go and I meet him, and here I am in front of this building. This is a beautiful building. This is it's 13 floors, but it's from the 1930s, some Art Deco, beautiful building. And I'm looking, I'll go, all right, this is unreal. What, there's gonna be, all right, it's gonna be one of these apartments or whatever, one of these places here. I go in with Kevin Murphy. He takes me all the way up to the roof. We go into penthouse 2, and I walk in and I'm crying, going, it's beautiful. This is like a mansion situation to me.
Mr. Burch, how long did you end up living at the Eastern Columbia building?
3 years and 7 months.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness plaintiff's exhibit 116.
All right, 116.
Am I looking at something?
You will in a second, sir. the screen. Paper copy. We're just going to pull up a paper copy for a moment. We can see it, but he can't see it. Good, sir. All right.
Thank you.
We'll just use the paper copy. We'll get this resolved at lunchtime, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baruch, do you recognize the document that you're looking at that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 116?
Yeah.
And what is it?
This is the floor plan of the roof, all the penthouses up on the roof at the Eastern Columbia.
And that's the building where you lived starting in March 2013, is that right?
I moved in the first week of March 2013, yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move into evidence, Plaintiff's Exhibit 116, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 116 in evidence, you can publish to the jury.
Is it, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just want to be sure that.
Yeah, they can see it in the gallery, see it. We'll just have to work on
All
that
right,
screen.
great. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baruch, can you describe for the jury what is depicted here in Exhibit 116?
Yeah, so the right side of this graph is there's a pool there. There's another top of another apartment that actually starts on the floor below. It's a 2-story apartment. But there's a pool there, and there's a gym, workout room. And the left side, there's at the bottom, there's an X, and that's the elevator. And so you walk out of the elevator, you make a little left, and there's part of Penthouse 5 right there, straight ahead. And then you keep walking straight, and then you make a left, a sharp left, and the actual Penthouse 5 is straight ahead. And then you hang a right, and you start walking up that way. On your right is going to be Penthouse 1. On your left is going to be Penthouse 4. When you get to the end of that corridor is the door for Penthouse 3. And if you hang a right, oh look, there it is, it came up on the screen. And if you hang a right and you go down to the end is the door to Penthouse 2. That's the apartment that I lived in.
And who did you understand owned these penthouses?
Oh, Johnny owned them all.
Which one did you live in?
Penthouse 2.
Was anyone else living in the penthouses at the time that you moved in March 2013?
No, I was the first one to move in. I moved in the first week of March, and then a couple of weeks later, 2-3 weeks later, then Johnny and Amber moved in, and then after that, the next one to move in is Rocky, Raquel Pennington, Amber's friend, and then at some point her sister moved in, Whitney, and also at some point Rocky's boyfriend moved in with her in penthouse 1.
So I believe you just testified that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard moved in shortly after you moved in, is that right?
Yes.
And which penthouse did they move into?
Penthouse 3.
And then you testified, I believe, that someone named Rocky Pennington moved in?
Yes.
Who was Rocky Pennington?
Amber Heard's friend from Texas, and I think they made, I don't know, I'm not sure if they told me that they moved out there together or something like that, but yeah, her friend.
And later you said that her boyfriend moved in with her. What was his name?
Josh Drew.
And which unit did they live in?
Penthouse 1.
And I believe you also testified that Whitney moved in. Who was Whitney?
Whitney Heard. She's married, so she's got a different last name. I'm not sure what it is. But Amber's sister, Whitney.
And which of the units did Ms. Heard's sister live in?
4.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your relationships with Ms. Heard, Ms. Pennington, Mr. Drew, and Ms. Heard, sister?
Oh, yeah. I was friends with all of them. I loved them all. They all treated me with respect. It was great. You know, I'm an old-time friend of Johnny's, living there, and we were looking out for each other. We became great friends. I fell in love with all of them.
When you moved in to Penthouse 2, you were working on an art show with Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, that's the entire reason that I'm there, is to work and put together this art show.
Did you have a time frame that you expected to be able to put on that art show?
At first, when we first powwowed this idea, when, you know, we talked about, all right, what do we do? You know, what's this show going to be? How many paintings is it going to be? And we came up with a number. Okay, so there's going to be a certain body of work. I'm not a known person. I'm just some schnook painter. If I was a famous painter, I could make 5 paintings, and the room will fill up. But so we decided, okay, like 25 pieces of work, large scale, and Johnny says, hey, how long do you think this will take? I said, I've never done it before. I don't know, maybe a few months.
And were you able to complete the paintings in a few months?
No, it took me in order to make 2 large scale paintings. It took me like almost 2 months. And I'm start freaking out, going, I'm only got 2 paintings, and all right, I got to do 25. I said a few months. So I ended up going to Johnny's place and saying, hey, look, dude, this is going to take a lot longer than a few months. I could only make 2 paintings.
And how did Mr. Depp react?
He looks at me, and he starts laughing, and he says, Ike, don't worry, I do not care. I just want you to paint however long it takes. I want you to paint every day.
During the course of the time that you were living at the Eastern Columbia building, did Mr. Depp ever give you any money?
Yeah.
How much did he give you?
Over a period of 4 years of the patronship, I ballpark calculated probably around 100,000.
And how did you come up with that amount?
Well, from the first get-go, when I said, hey, look, I need dough, you know, to buy stuff and to, you know, do this, I ended up getting an envelope the next day with $5,000 in it. And then I budgeted it and stretched it out, and, you know, and so every few months I'd get an envelope. It could have that I didn't know if it was going to be the same amount, but it ended up being the same amount, which was wow. So basically around $5,000 every few months. So in a year, it's 20 grand. But then also there was a period, maybe a year or two, might have been that it was 5 times I had to ask for dough, or it was 4. And then on top of it, So, so right there, could be 80 grand or 90 grand. And then on top of that, I ended up getting a herniated disc. He sent me to the doctors to get an MRI and see the doctor, get an MRI, and there was 10 weeks of therapy that he covered. So I throw that in there too. And I ended up coming up with the figure of 100 grand. Could be a little less, could be a little more.
What was your understanding of whether Mr. Depp intended to be paid back for that
Oh.
money that he provided to you?
There's no, that's not even the thought of being paid back. This is something that he wanted to see happen. This is something he invested in. He knew he was going to spend money to make it happen, for me to survive and paint and create this thing that he wanted to see because he liked the art. And so there was no payback, and the whole thing was about him selling the art, so that way I keep all the money. He didn't expect anything. He was doing this as a friend, as he's done with many other friends.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, and move to strike.
All right. I'll sustain the last sentence of his statement.
Could explain to the jury that striking means
All right, we've done that, but that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baruch, did there come a time when you decided that you planned to pay Mr. Depp back?
Oh yeah, that for me, when he's told me he had money situation going on, for me it was like this guy just changed. He's been making it possible for me to live and work and make product, and I'm by that expense, I'm part of the problem. It's like, how do I help him? How can I help him? I mean, he's sharing his sandwich with me, you know? It's like, how do I share that my sandwich with him? Give him that half to make something up. You don't not do anything, and so the only thing I got is paintings. So I stood up when he's telling me what he's telling me about his money situation, and for me, I said, hey, if these things ever sell, we got to split this 50-50, and I ain't taking no for an answer. Something I got to put something into this. So for me, I looked at it like he has to get something back.
Mr. Baruch, during your time living at the Eastern Columbia building, did you develop a relationship with the defendant in this case, Ms. Heard?
Yeah.
And did you get along with Ms. Heard?
I loved her. I fell in love with her just like Johnny fell in love with her. I fell in love with her. She's totally respectful, gracious to me, that she's got great teeth, that she treated me with complete respect. Anytime I walk into the humor-wise, total locker room humor, demented humor, totally laughed at, the jokes, made the jokes, totally got along with her. Every time I walked into their place, Isaac, you want something to eat? Isaac, you want something to drink? Every time. There's only one time I remember that she didn't offer, because I walked in and she's in the kitchen at the counter and she's doing a beauty facial mask, and so she can't offer me. And I'm going, hey, is that something that can help me? And she looked at me and she goes, no. And I'm laughing, and then she laughed after because she didn't realize she was making a joke. So, yeah, I loved her.
Mr. Baruch, did Ms. Heard ever visit you in your penthouse?
Yeah.
Do you recall the first time that she visited you there?
Yes.
When was that?
The first time is that it's in March when they moved in, and they were there for a couple of days, and I didn't even know. And Johnny had called me, says, hey, come over, meet my girl, and so I did, and then the next day they came over to my place for the first time to see how I had set up the art studio, lights, and, you know, just what's my painting set up and stuff, and to look at other paintings. And they walked in, and I remember the first thing she said was, "I hope we didn't keep you up last night because of all the yelling." And I looked at her and I says, "No, these walls are like 3 feet thick. I don't hear diddly squat."
How did she seem when she said that to you?
Well, she's semi-joking and inquisitive, you know, like they did, you know, to find out.
In your 3.5 years living at the Eastern Columbia building, did you have opportunities to observe Mr. Depp's and Ms. Heard's relationship?
Yeah.
Can you describe what you observed about their relationship?
They were always loving with each other. They treated each other like gold, you know, kissing and you know, what can I get you type of thing, you know, being kind with each other. Always loving, always a loving situation.
How often would you say you interacted with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
If they were there, because they're traveling, they're working and doing stuff. If they were there, I saw them maybe 2-3 times a week. Maybe there might be one time a week that I see them, that I go over to hang out or, you know, see them. Or they might come, or Johnny might come over to visit, or, you know, like that.
Since you've known them, did you ever see them get physically violent with each other?
Never.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes.
How many times?
Probably like twice.
Okay. Can you describe the arguments that you witnessed?
The first argument that I remember was walking in. It was a telephone argument. Johnny's at the kitchen table and he's screaming about something, and on the other line, because it's on speaker, and he's talking with the phone at the phone. The other person is Amber, and that she's in New York, and he's at the kitchen table, and they're arguing, and he's going, "Who is it? Who is it?" And she's saying, "Oh, baby, come on, please don't. What are you doing, baby? Why are you being like this, baby?" And this went on for a little while, and I'm listening, and then he hangs up. She calls back again, and it's the same thing. "Who is it? What's going on? Who is it?" And she's saying, "Oh, come on, baby, don't be. What are you doing, baby?" And then hang up the phone again. The third time it happens, I'm saying there's no solution in this conversation. I grabbed the phone from him and I says, "Hey, Amber, this is Isaac. Listen, this conversation is now over." And I hung up the phone. And she didn't call back again, and he went to the couch and went to bed.
I believe you said you saw them argue twice. Was there another time that you saw them argue?
I ended up going over, and there's at the kitchen table is Johnny, is Amber, is Rocky, and Josh. And and I'm going, "What are you guys doing?" And they're hanging out, and they're trying to plot to figure out a way how to get rid of Whitney to not live there anymore. And I felt bad. I like Whitney. Says, you know, "Oh, well, you know, that's going to be a drag." And you know, "What are you plotting? You know, how do you figure out? Hey, lend your sister some dough and let her move out." But, you know, they're trying to figure something out, something differently or whatever. At so there was a point, Johnny got completely, you know, flustered and frustrated, and he got up and he walks away. And as he's walking away, he says, "Figure it out." And that was it. That was the whole thing. I don't know if you want to call it, I don't think you might call that an argument, but.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. It might be a good time for a mid-morning break.
Perfect, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and have you take your morning recess for 15 minutes, okay? Just remember to not talk to anybody and do not do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
I
You
stand?
can stay right here, that's fine, you don't have to stand. Thank you. All right. Sir, I just want to remind you, since you're still on the stand under oath, you can't talk to any of the attorneys or Mr. Hurd at this time until your testimony is done, okay?
Okay.
All right, and we'll be back at 11:45, okay? All
I
right.
gotta stay here the whole
Yeah,
time?
you have to stay there the whole time. You can move.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
step by step, but I'm on a different pace. You won't see me on the ground, cause I'm walking on the waves. I don't ever look down, 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 I'm just focused on his face. I don't gotta know it all, that's a different type of faith. Hold up, I know you gon' show up every time. When I'm good, when I'm bad, when I'm low, when I'm high, yeah. When I'm lost, look to God, he my guide, yeah. Haters talk, let them talk, no reply, yeah. Wait, I find strength inside my weakness. Expectations, you exceed them. Do my best, you supersede it. I'm complete cause you preceded me. Da, 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 yeah, you know it. Da, 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 yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Da, 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 yeah, you know it. I don't got it all planned out, but you know. I just watch it all pan out, cause I know that you know. You know, covered in this life until forever. I don't got it all planned out, but you know. I just watch it all pan out, cause I know that you know, you know, covered in this life until forever.
I ain't tryna put on a mask and act like these things are just going past me like they nothing, like they nothing. Ignite my fire, take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on the right time, but I'm telling you right now, the fire. I've been waiting on someone. You've been on my mind often, so baby, you know you're getting this good love. Ignite my fire, take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on the right time, but I'm telling you right now, the fire. I've been waiting on someone. You've been on my mind often, so baby, you know you're getting this good love. Ignite my fire, take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on the right time, but I'm telling you right now, the fire. I've been waiting on someone. You've been on my mind often, so baby, you know you're getting this good love. Take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on Find shelter, pull up my umbrella. But today I'm feeling stellar. Wanna feel the weather. Sunny rays or stormy pressure. You'll get if I get what the hard times bring me. Moving on to new things, always with my own spin. A queen deserves a true king. Living like a movie, see the way I do me. Live that inner beauty. I'm not the type to disrespect me. Get off my back cause you're not ready. See how I flow, I do this in my sleep. Act like a boss, I don't look like Sean. There's no sheep mentality, making my dreams a straight reality. Gradually, my fantasies become so real. Thankfully, it's meant to be. I feel so hopeful, chosen to do what I want to do.
Carpe diem, seize a day as it comes. Cheese attract rats on the scene, get it gone. Rats attract cats out for peace, send the dogs. The bitches come in freeze, woe is me, fill them up. Same mistakes made on the regular. It's a mind state, won't fade till I let it out. It won't fade till I let it out. But the rain only falls on the fortunate. Wake up calls needed more of them. I'm sick of scribbling thoughts up against the wall and feeling all kinds of awkward in public before performances. My mind's filling up with the sauce, but I lack the portioning. It's all time to get with the program. Enough with the slow jams. I puff on the dope and disconnect with the coke gang. Rough on the nose gang. I fell in love with my own sound. Now it's so far.
So good. Felt the rain, I should find shelter, pull up my umbrella. But today I'm feeling stellar. Wanna feel the weather. Sunny rays or stormy pressure. You'll get if I get what the hard times bring me. Blessings, blessings. Find shelter, pull up my umbrella. Today I'm feeling stellar. Wanna feel the weather. Sunny rays or stormy pressure. You'll get if I get what the hard times bring me. Blessings. It goes back and forth. I know that you feel that pressure, but I don't ever fall. Keep on rising like a diamond.
You can stay, that's fine. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Your next question?
Mr. Baruch, were
We're
you
back.
still?
Okay.
Thank you for coming back.
Yes.
Were you still living in penthouse 2 of the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was out, it was evening time, I'm out in the neighborhood, and I'm on my way home. I get a phone call from my friend who wants to know if I want to go out and eat. I said I just ate, but I'm 5 minutes away from the Eastern Columbia building home, and go across the street, get something to eat, and bring it up for takeout, and we'll go upstairs to my joint and we'll eat. and yap.
Did you meet your friend back at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yep,
Around what time was that?
9:30.
What happened after you met your friend?
We went upstairs.
Can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 116 again, please? And Your Honor, given that this has already been admitted, I'd ask that it be published.
All right, that's fine. You can publish it. He just can't see it. It's not on his- Okay, he still has it.
Mr. Birch, is it on the screen in front of you?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
yes.
Mr. Birch, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about what happened after you went upstairs that evening. And it may be helpful for you, there are controls on that screen that you can use to sort of mark the exhibit to show the jury the spots that you're talking about and identifying.
So if you just touch it, it'll make a mark, so you don't have to touch the top, that's fine.
Do I touch
No.
something on menu here?
Nope, you don't, nope, just wait, and you can
Oh.
touch it whenever she needs you to mark it.
Just wherever I touch it, it's gonna make a mark.
It will.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Birch, when you got upstairs that evening with your friend around 9:30,
Yeah.
what did you see?
We got out of the elevator and, you know, just like in the graph, you make a left and then you turn the corner. When we walked out, I noticed on the floor, there's shards of glass, there's pieces of glass. And so, you know, I was just looking, going, oh, something busted. Could be one of the sconces or something like that. And kept walking.
Can you mark on the exhibit where you saw the broken glass that evening?
Yeah. Boom. Right there. Right where you could go left or you could go right. And if you wanted to go to the pool area, there's an exit that way. So you could either go right or you go left. You go left, you're in the apartment, going in the hallway through the apartment, or you go right there in that spot.
And did you continue on to your penthouse after you saw the broken glass?
Oh, yeah. So we walk around, and then we make the turn. We hang the right past penthouse 5, and we stop right in front of, right here.
And why did you stop right there?
Oh, stopped in front of here, penthouse 1, which is it's more right there, because there's this puddle of wine, huge puddle of wine on the floor that's in front of the door, and there's wine, the splashed wine that's dripping down the wall. And so we stopped, and I'm looking at it and going, look at this. Someone must have got hammered. These guys probably had a party. And at that point, right then, as soon as I said that, the door opens up, and it's Josh Drew, who pokes his head out the door, only enough for his head to come out, and he's pretty bug-eyed and looks distraught. And I look at him and I go, what's up with the spilt wine? And I'm figuring I'd get an explanation or whatever. And he looked at me and just said, rough day, had a rough day. And at that point, I got concerned and said to him, because I'm friends with him, you know, I got concerned. I said, hey, you okay? You want me to help you with something? Do you need help? He said, no, it's okay, we got it. And I said, okay. And me and my buddy took off and went into my place.
And what did you do after that?
My buddy ate. I believe he had pizza from across the street, and we talked. We yapped for a while, and you know, could be I could yap, so it could, you know, it could take. We were there probably an hour and change or something like that, and then we're done. So I walked him out, and walked down. Went to the elevator, walked out, went to the elevator. We went downstairs. I walked him out the door, finished the conversation that we were having. And I said, all right, see ya. And then I went back in. I went upstairs and I went to bed.
Around what time was that you went back into the Eastern Columbia building?
You know something, if we got there at like around 9:30, and we're talking, I don't know, an hour, an hour and a half, 2 hours, you know, somewhere around 11 o'clock, I would think.
We can go ahead and take Exhibit 116 down. Mr. Baruch, can you describe for the jury the events of the next day, May 22nd, 2016?
Yes. It's my birthday. May 22nd is my birthday. I wake up, I end up texting Johnny and saying, hey, I'm gonna be in town, because he's not staying at the Eastern Columbia building. He's staying in a house in town, okay? And so I texted him, it's my birthday. I said, listen, I'm gonna be in town. I'm gonna come by and to have a birthday drink. Okay. I didn't hear from him, you know, I didn't get an answer back, but I said, that's what I'm doing. If that happens, that happens. But, so it was around noon time, so I left. I walked out of my apartment, and I go through the hallway, as you see the graph. I go through the hallway, and I turn the corner from Penthouse 3, and as I'm walking down, well, who do I see? I see a group of people. It's a guy in black clothes, a black shirt, black pants, Amber Heard, and I see Josh Drew, who's leaning up against the door, and the door is open. This door is open. Something's going on, and as I'm walking up, I'm saying, hey, what's up? What are you guys doing? And then Amber turns to me as I'm walking up. Amber turns to me, and she says, Johnny came by last night. He got violent, so I'm changing the locks on 1, 3, and 5. And I'm looking at her, and she goes, oh, and don't worry about 2, you're okay. And at this point, I'm now walking past, so now we're all in front of the open door of the apartment, and I see there's 2 guys, 2 locksmiths, working on the door. So now I'm standing on one side, and you have Josh Drew on one side of the door. You got the 2 locksmiths with the door open, working on it. The sun's coming through the door, sunlight from windows. And then Amber is in front of me, and there's the security guy. And that we're 2 feet away from each other, talking. And she introduces me as she's finishing saying, oh, don't worry about your apartment. She says, oh, and this is a security guard that I got who's gonna be hanging around. And I got introduced. She introduced me to him, and I shook his hand. He gave me a card, which I lost, and I'm kind of taking this in and going, and I said, wait, what happened? What's going on? And at that point, Josh Drew looks at me and gives me the high sign to like, hey, follow me. I'll tell you in private. And
Mr. Rich, when you were speaking with Ms. Heard, how close were you standing to her?
Like I said, I'm 2 feet, a foot and a half, 2 feet away. We're all 2 feet.
And how was the lighting in that area?
There's lights in the hallway, but we're standing in an open doorway that the wall is all windows. Sunlight's coming through, and you could operate in this light. There's that much light.
Did you notice any marks on her face when you were speaking with her?
No.
Did you see any bruises?
No.
Did you see any redness?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
No.
Did it look like Ms. Heard was wearing any makeup?
No.
Had you seen her wearing makeup before?
Yeah.
And you had seen her not wearing makeup before?
Yeah, I seen, like I said, with the face mask, doing a face mask, no makeup, hanging around, waking up in the morning, No with makeup, glammed out to go out. And it's 3.5 years of seeing her in different forms.
Did you speak with Mr. Drew about anything at that point?
Well, yeah, after I said that, hey, what's going on? And he gave me the high sign to like, hey, follow him. We went into my apartment and had a conversation.
And what happened after you had that conversation with Mr. Drew?
We left the apartment and we go walking back towards Penthouse 1. And as I'm walking back, I say to Amber, as I'm walking up, he hit you? And she goes, yeah, he threw a phone at me and hit me. And I'm looking, because I had just seen her 2 feet away, and I'm going, where? And she puts her head out. She puts her face out like that for me to look at her, the right side of her face. And I'm looking, but at that point also, I'm looking, and I turn around, get on the other side. We're in the doorway. So I'm on this side with the light shining this way from the doorway with the lights above, but the sunshine. And she's got her face out like this, looking, you know, to show me. And I'm looking, and I inspect her face. I'm looking at her forehead. I'm looking at the side of her eye. I'm looking at her cheek. I'm looking at her chin. I'm looking at the other side of the face. I'm looking at the whole thing. And I don't see anything. I don't see anything I don't see a cut, a bruise, swelling, redness. It's just Amber's face that she's going like this and showing me. So I'm not seeing anything. I back up and I'm making a joke. I make a joke going, well, I don't see anything, but maybe all the beauty from one side of your face to the other side of the face is outshining everything, so I can't see anything. And she's laughed and she's, you know, smiled. And I just looked at everybody and said, hey, it sounds nuts. And I went and I said, I gotta go. And I gave her a hug and kissed her on that side of the face. Kissed her on that side of the face. And then I left. Said goodbye.
What was her reaction when you kissed her on that side of the face?
Nothing.
Did she flinch?
No.
Did you see Ms. Heard again the next day?
Yeah.
When was that?
So that's Monday. That was May 22nd, my birthday. Then the next day is Monday, the 23rd. I had woken up with a chest cold, and I heard a knock on the door, and it's Amber. So I opened up the door.
Around what time was that?
That's, I want to say, maybe around noontime, maybe a little bit before. Maybe it could have been a little bit, I think around noontime again. And I went downstairs and I opened up the door.
And when you opened the door, did you have a good view of Ms. Heard?
Absolutely, yeah.
How was the lighting?
Lighting's fine. Lighting from outside, and there's light from my place, yeah, so the lighting was great.
Did you see any marks on Ms. Heard's face at that time?
No, same thing like the day before. There's no redness, there's no swelling, there's no bruises, there's no cuts, there's no nothing. Just Amber, looking like Amber.
Did you notice if she was wearing any makeup at that point?
She didn't look like she was wearing makeup then either.
What did Ms. Heard say to you during that encounter?
She was knocking on my door to see if I would take her house key, to let the cleaning lady in, because she had to go somewhere. And I woke up that day, and I had some kind of chest cold thing. I was upstairs laying down, and so I looked at her, and I said, hey, listen, I'm feeling sick. I'm going to be upstairs laying down this entire time for the day or whatever. And that, so I can't do it. And then she stood there and is like, well, I gotta figure out what to do. Like maybe if she was only dependent upon me to give the housekeeper the key. It's the same, the housekeeper cleans both of our places. And so I said, hey, listen, why don't you go ahead and take the key and put it in an envelope and bring it downstairs to the concierge, you know, that's where the key will be, and tell Hilda, who is the housekeeper, that that's where the key is. And that's it. And you're set. And she was like, yeah, okay, I guess I could do that. And I'm 3 feet away from her. 2.5, 3 feet away from her, talking with her.
And how long did that conversation last?
3 minutes?
Did you see Ms. Hurd again the next day?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see her?
All right. I go down, I'm leaving my apartment on Tuesday to go downstairs to the cafe to go get something hot to drink. I still haven't shopped or did anything for what's a chest cold. And so I wanted something hot to drink. I go downstairs, and as I'm locking my door, that all of a sudden a group of women come up to penthouse 3, because in the corridor on the graph you could see we share the same corridor. So I'm locking my door, and a group of women show up.
Did you recognize who the women were?
3 of them, yeah.
Who were they?
It was, you know something, I'm unsure if it was 4 or 5 women, but it's Amber, it's her sister Whitney, and it's Melanie Iglesias, who's a makeup artist for Johnny and Amber. And then there's 2 other women I didn't recognize, but not sure.
Did you interact with the women at all?
Well, after closing the door, Whitney, who calls me her spirit animal, came running down the hallway, going, Isaac, spirit animal, and I'm going, hey, listen, I'm not feeling so hot, I'm not feeling so good, and I duck under her arms, stop, and I love you, but stop, and I duck under her arms, and I go past, and I'm passing the other ladies, Amber and her, who she's with, and I'm looking at them, they're laughing of this whole scene, and then that was it. And then I went past and went down and got some hot tea.
Did you see Ms. Hurd's face during that encounter?
It was a quick glance, but nothing shot out to me to like notice anything.
Did you see Ms. Hurd again the day after that?
Well, I saw her again that day.
Oh, can you describe that, please?
Yeah, that on the way back from me being outside at the cafe, having a tea, I come walking back in, and now all her and the women that she was with are coming back out, and we're in the lobby, and the doors of the lobby, it's all windows, there's great light shining through the entire lobby, and the women there's a table in the middle of the lobby, and her friends, or I don't know if they're friends or not, I know 3, one's a sister and the other one's a friend. They're walking on one side of the table, and then she's on the other side of the table where I'm walking, and now we're walking past each other, and she's, of course we're gonna acknowledge each other and looking at each other, and now she's the sun shining right in her face. It's to my back because I'm walking in, and so that's like this, and saying, all right, hey, all right, enjoy yourself, have a good time, or whatever you're doing, and go by. And I went up, and that was it. That was the second time that I saw her, and that's on Tuesday.
And did you get a good look at her face during that second encounter?
Absolutely, the sun shining right on her face.
Did you notice anything unusual about her face?
Nothing. No cuts, no bruises, no swelling, no redness. No, it's Amber. It's Amber's face.
And then did you see Ms. Hurd again the day after that?
Yes, I did.
And that's Wednesday, May 25th?
That's right.
Where did you see her?
At that point, it was like, okay, I got to shop for something because otherwise I'm not going to get rid of this chest cold. I'm going to go to the store, and on the way back, in between the garage and the building, there's this room with like vestibule, you know, that's you have to walk through. And I'm coming in to go into the building, and Amber and Whitney, her sister, are coming out of the building to go into the garage. And we met there.
How long did you speak with them, if at all?
Yeah, we spoke. That's so we're facing each other. Amber and Whitney are across from me. We're 2.5 feet, 2 feet away from each other, talking. Of course, and so we stop, of course, to say, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing? Where you going? Where you going? Where you coming from?" I have bags of food in my hand of stuff that I went and I bought. And so I said, "Hey, I'm coming from shopping. I finally bought myself some stuff to get rid of this chest cold thing." And they go, and they're going to the CVS. And they look at me, and so what's yapping, everyone's smiling and stuff. And she says, "You sure we can't get you anything? How about we get you some aspirin or some cold stuff?" I said, "No, I think I got everything." And they said, "You sure?" And I said, "Yeah, of course, I got it. Don't sweat it." And a kiss or whatever. I got my hands. I can't hug or whatever. So, and then I said to see you, and I went up, and they went through the garage. That was it that day.
Did you have a good look at her face during that conversation?
Yes, this room. Yes, yeah, this room. It's completely lit. That it's a spot, and there's a camera taking. Cameras always on, a security camera, and always, and so it's got good lighting and stuff. Because this is a spot where if you use your fob key to go into the building, well, the door takes a long time to, it's one of those things with the pressure thing that the door just doesn't close shut. It takes a while for it to close. Someone could be in the garage who's not supposed to be in the garage, run and hold the door open. And then they get into the apartment building, and then who knows, maybe somebody gets ripped off. But so it's well lit for security reasons, and that there's a camera there. It's taking pictures, doing what the camera does.
Was Ms. Heard wearing makeup during that discussion?
Neither of them looked like they were wearing makeup at all. Whitney had this hat on that it was a fun hat or whatever, and that no makeup. I don't even know Whitney to be a makeup person, and that Amber, no, she looked like she was just natural Amber. It's all just as always, no makeup.
Did you notice any marks on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
No swelling. No, there's nothing. There's no swelling, no bruising, no redness, no cuts, no. I don't even, nothing.
Turning back to May 21st for a second, when you first heard that Ms. Heard told you Mr. Depp had hit her, do you recall that?
Say that again?
When Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp had hit her on May 22nd.
Yeah, my birthday.
How did you feel hearing her say that?
All right. It's irrelevant. What's the relevance to how he felt?
It's a present sense impression of how he perceived that in that moment.
I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Bruch, did you see Ms. Heard at all the rest of that week of May 23rd?
No.
Did you learn at some point in time that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce from Mr. Depp?
Say that again?
Did you learn at some point in time that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce from Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
How did you learn that?
I learned it from the internet. After the weekend, around at probably Monday, either Sunday or Monday, I'm on the internet and I end up seeing a picture of, it was the Friday of that week, the past week, and there's a picture of Amber wearing a black morning dress and with this brown mark on her cheek, and that she's been to a divorce. She went to go file for divorce. That's how I found out.
Were you surprised when you saw that?
Surprised is not the word. It's like, what the hell is this? What's going on?
At any point when you had seen her during that prior week, had she told you that she intended to file for divorce?
Objection, leading.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. You can answer the question, sir.
What's the question again?
At any point when you had seen her during that week, had Ms. Heard told you that she intended to file for divorce?
No. She never once. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday or Friday, not even see it? No. There's no, I'm clueless. She did not say anything about divorce.
So what did you think when you saw those pictures and read the articles and learned that she was filing for divorce?
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, objection, relevance to what he thought.
It builds on all of the testimony he's given previously. Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
When did you see Ms. Heard next after that?
She knocks on my door June 3rd, Friday night, June 3rd. She knocks on my door around 11 o'clock. Is the next time that I see her.
And what happened when she knocked on your door on June 3rd?
I opened up the door, and naturally, something I'll say is, hey, how you doing? To say hello. So I open up the door, say, hey, how you doing? And she looks at me and she says, not feeling so hot that I made some food. Would you like to come over and eat with me? And at that point, after, everything I've seen, I looked at her, I said, listen, me and you, we're not gonna talk anymore. After everything that I've just seen all week long, from the past week and change, listen, I'm confused, I'm angry, and I'm frustrated by everything that I've seen. And that I think the best thing is for me and you that we don't talk anymore.
Did she say anything in response?
Yes, in response to that, she looks at me and she says, I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this. And that's what she said.
Did you respond to Ms. Heard?
No, what I was thinking was, to me, after saying that, after she said that to me, I'm thinking to myself, gay cock'em yum, hey, how,
All right. I'll sustain that objection. Next question.
Did you see any injuries on Ms. Heard's face on June 3rd when you spoke with her?
No.
Did you ever speak with Ms. Heard again after that?
Well, she said to me, after that, the lawyers are making me do all of this. Then I was just looking at her, and then she ended what she was saying by saying, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. And I closed the door and would never talk to her ever again.
Did you have any interactions with the staff at the Eastern Columbia building about Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, did you have any interactions with the staff of the Eastern Columbia building about Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And at some point, did you see a security video taken in the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
When was that?
Sometime in June, maybe 2 weeks in or something like that. It's 2-3 weeks in.
Can you describe what you saw in that video?
Yes, I can. It was a video of Amber and Whitney waiting at the elevator, a mezzanine level, coming from the garage, obviously, and waiting for the elevator. And Whitney does this to Amber. Pow! And hits her, like faking hitting her in the face. Going pow! And then they start laughing.
Did Ms. Heard react at all in that video to the fake punch that you observed Whitney throw?
Yeah, she's laughing. After doing it, they both, laughing at with each other.
Mr. Baruch, do you know who Elon Musk is?
Sure.
Have you ever seen Mr. Musk in person?
Yeah.
Where did you see him in person?
First time was I'm getting into the elevator on the rooftop, penthouse level. I'm going into the elevator, and he's coming out of the elevator, going past me.
And when did that take place?
This is after May. This is sometime June, it could be July, but after May.
In that same year, 2016?
Yeah.
And when was the second time that you saw Mr. Musk?
One morning waking up and going and opening up the shades to the bedroom, and it's on the second floor, and it overlooks the balconies, our adjoining balconies, because my balcony joins with John and Amber's balcony, and that opening up the shades, I see Elon Musk going through the balcony door on their side to then walk down a common corridor that then at the end leads to a door that you walk out to the rest of the rooftop. And you go to the pool, you go to the gym and stuff. So I'm looking out, and the view out the window is of both of our balconies. So that's where I saw him.
And when was that?
Oh, sometimes it's either June, July, but it's after May.
Mr. Baruch, how long have you known Mr. Depp?
Met him, I believe, in 1980, and what's 42 years? Well, it's going to be 42 years.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp be violent when angry with Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
I'll allow the question. Okay.
I'm allowed to answer?
Yes, yes.
What's the question again?
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp be violent when angry with Ms. Heard?
No. Well, from what I said from before, there was an argument that I walked in, so there's obviously that, but have I ever seen him be violent to her with physicality? No.
Did you ever see him hit her?
Never.
In your 3.5 years living at the Eastern Columbia building next to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, did you ever observe any injuries or marks on Ms. Heard?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
All right. I'll sustain as to leading. Okay.
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Ms. Heard when you were living at the Eastern Columbia building with her?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I can answer?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Ms. Heard during the time that you were living next door to her at the Eastern Columbia building?
Besides having great teeth? No.
Mr. Baruch, are you appreciative of everything that Mr. Depp has done for you?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and relevant.
All right. I'll sustain as to leading. All right.
Mr. Baruch, how do you feel about what Mr. Depp has done for you?
Objection. Well, you know what? No, I'll go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. I think that's withdrawn. Go ahead. You can answer the question.
Oh.
Could just answer the question, sir.
And the question is,
How do you feel about everything that Mr. Depp has done for you?
oh, come on, it's unreal. Yeah, it's, you think too much about it, you're gonna cry. That I appreciate everything that he's done for me. It's like stuff you can't pay back.
Would you lie for him under oath?
Oh, no.
Leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Have you given truthful testimony today, sir?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right. Cross-examination?
Let's start with the makeup. Now, you know that Ms. Heard was...
Excuse me. I
I'm sorry?
didn't hear the beginning of what you started saying.
I said, let's start with the makeup.
Okay.
Okay. You're aware that Ms. Heard has both modeled and been an actor and had been for many years before you met her, correct?
I knew she acted. I didn't know she was a model.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a commercial agreement with L'Oreal, for example?
When, now or back then?
What's your knowledge?
I don't know any of that.
Okay. Have you ever been with Ms. Heard when she has put makeup on?
I've been in the room, yeah, when makeup was getting put on her, yeah.
When makeup was being put on her, was this for some acting role or something like that?
It was an event that they were going to.
So that was somebody else applying makeup to Ms.
Yeah.
Heard, who was going to have some gala event that she was going to.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been with Ms. Heard in her bathroom or anything when she's applying her makeup in the morning?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with Amica cream?
What is it?
Amica?
Amica?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you know what type of foundation Ms. Heard uses?
No.
Do you know what type of concealer Ms. Heard uses?
No.
Do you know what type of tint Ms. Heard uses?
I have no clue.
Do you know what types of powders Ms. Heard uses?
No.
So when you're saying that you didn't notice any makeup, would it be fair to say that you yourself are not familiar with what type of makeup Amber Heard uses on a daily basis?
I don't know what she uses on a daily basis.
That's my point. Now, the first time that you saw her, which was May 22nd,
Yeah.
Ms. Heard was there. Were you aware she was on her way to somebody else's birthday party, not yours, but somebody else's that day?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me what her hairstyle was that day?
It's just down.
Down as in?
Just regular. She has it up now. She's got some kind of hairstyle, but no, she was no hair down, regular, no makeup, just hanging.
Well, when you say no makeup, you don't know she was not wearing makeup, correct?
For a fact?
Correct.
No.
And you don't know whether she had applied Amica cream, correct?
No.
And
I
you-
didn't even know what Amica cream is.
And you don't know whether she had applied concealer or foundation or powder or tint, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if she's going out to a party,
Yeah.
do you think she would want to have her bruise exposed?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
So, do you recall what Ms. Heard was wearing that day?
You know something? I could have sworn she had on a schmata dress, hippie dress at that particular time, but I could be confusing it with June 3rd. She's got this Victorian type of long hippie dress. that has embroidery, and she definitely was wearing that night.
All right, but let's go back to May 22nd. Do you
Yeah.
recall what she was wearing?
I could have swore she was wearing another schmata dress that I've seen her hanging around the apartment with.
And do you recall what color?
No.
Okay. Do you recall what jewelry Ms.
No.
Heard was wearing that day? No. Okay. Now, you indicated that there was a security guard there, and there
Yes.
was Josh Drew,
Yeah.
correct? And was there anyone else there?
Yeah, the two locksmiths.
Okay. So
And also in the apartment, for a fleeting second, a person went walking by and who seemed to me looked like it was Raquel Pennington, but it could have been another friend that was supposedly staying with them.
Okay, so you saw somebody come by. So how many?
No, go through the living room and then they're out of the picture because they went upstairs. So that's somebody that else was in that room but walking by.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and you talked to Josh. What did Josh tell you? Josh
When?
Drew, he took you to the side. What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Before you spoke with Josh Drew in the other room, what, if anything, had been said about what Mr. Depp did the night before?
Objection to the extent it calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Be a hearsay objection. I'll sustain that objection. Next
I'm asking what, if anything.
that was still solicit hearsay.
But he already testified about what Amber said. I'll go back to that.
Okay.
So what exactly did Amber Heard tell you happened the night before?
As I was walking up the first time, she turned to me and said, Johnny came by last night and got violent. So I'm changing the locks on penthouse 1, 3, and 5. Don't worry about your place.
Okay. Did you ask her for any more specifics on what she
About
meant by
changing
getting
locks?
violent?
Huh?
Did you ask her for any specifics about what she meant by he came by and got violent?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to jump you to the next day for a few, and then I'm going to come back. But let's go to the next day. So the next day, you testified that you saw her twice, correct?
From Sunday? No. Monday I saw her once in the morning. I want to
That's
say
when she
around
came
12.
by to ask if you could have the key, or that you could leave the key for the house.
Right, for Hilda.
And you weren't feeling well, right?
That's right.
Okay. So you wouldn't have been standing very close to Amber, right? Because you were sick?
Well, I opened up the door and I'm holding the door. We're like 3 feet away from each other. Yeah.
Okay. And you told her you were sick, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where she was going out someplace, correct?
She was going somewhere.
All
Yeah.
right.
She wasn't going to be there.
All right. Do you know whether she had applied any Amica cream that morning to her face?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any concealer to her face that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any foundation that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any tint that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any powder that morning?
No.
Okay. Now, the next day...
I can tell you, she looked like she wasn't wearing any makeup.
Right. And would you agree that people who are models and actors can be pretty darn good with putting makeup on so that you can't tell they're wearing makeup?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation calls for speculation.
I think that's a fair question to ask him.
I'll sustain as a speculation.
All right.
Next question.
Do you have any knowledge of the skills of Amber Heard with respect to putting on makeup?
Well, it can't be that good because she's got a friend who is a makeup artist who came over to do makeup, but I don't really know.
Right, and that makeup artist that comes over does it when she's going to be on some show or in some big public event or gala, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makeup person, and you're talking about Melanie Iglesias, right? That
Right,
makeup-
yeah, exactly.
Okay. And that
exactly.
makeup person doesn't put Amber's makeup on every day for her, does she?
I wouldn't know.
How many times did you see Melanie Iglesias put makeup on Amber?
One time.
Okay,
It's just one time.
okay. So she wasn't living at Amber's house, right?
No. I hung out with her and her husband and Johnny and Amber and over there one time eating, and then another time was when I met her that seeing her do makeup for these guys.
Okay, so you're not saying that Amber doesn't know how to put makeup on herself, correct?
Oh no, I'm sure she does.
Okay, but again,
I would think she does, But for the most, I'll tell you what, over 3.5 years, living around each other, for the most part, she's not a makeup wearing person, completely natural. Her, Rocky, total great complexion, Texas natural girl next door, no makeup wearing, hanging out.
did Amber ever tell you she was not wearing makeup?
Did she ever tell me?
In any of those 3.5
When?
years that you're saying she wasn't wearing it around the house, did she ever say, I don't have a stitch of makeup on?
As many times as she's told me, I am wearing makeup, which is, I can't remember. So I don't know. Yeah, no. There's not one time I remember that or saying that.
Okay, so now let's go to the next day. I think that's the day you've got the 2 times that you saw her. She's with other people.
Yeah.
And she's either going out or coming in, correct?
Well, first time they're coming in, and the second time they're going out.
So they've been out someplace before they're coming in, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I'll allow it. You can answer the question, sir.
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay, but they're physically entering the house. In other words, they haven't been in the house, they're coming to the house from someplace, right?
Oh, I would have no idea. When I walked out, who knows? They might have been out and in twice before that, but I don't know. They could be coming from another apartment, coming, to go there, and I'm seeing them. It could be the second time that they're entering this apartment, or the first time, or the third time. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
And do you know, so you don't know where they were?
No,
And
of
so you
course
have
not.
no idea whether they were out in public someplace, correct?
No, of course not. I wouldn't know that.
All right. And then the later time that you saw them that day, they were going out, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know whether Amber had any Amica cream on that day?
No, I don't know.
And I'll try to make this faster. Do you know whether Amber was wearing concealer, foundation, powder, or tint that day?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, the next day, I think you said it was she and Whitney, is that correct?
On Wednesday, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And again, do you know whether she was wearing any Amica cream?
Sir, if you could just answer the
I'm sorry.
question.
I'm totally sorry.
Thank you, sir.
That, no.
And do you know whether she was wearing concealer, foundation, powder, or tint?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me what Amber's hairstyle was on the 23rd?
That's Monday. Like I said, when she knocks on my door, hands down.
Okay. Can you tell me what she was wearing that day?
Not exactly, but if best of my recollection, pair of dungarees and a t-shirt.
Okay.
At the time when she knocked on my door to give me the key. If she went home to go change or something like that, I got no clue.
Okay. Do you remember what color the t-shirt was?
I think it might have been white, best of my recollection.
Do you remember what jewelry Amber had on? Okay, let's go to the next day, the Wednesday, and you've got all these people here.
Next day is Tuesday.
Okay, next day, Tuesday, is when you had the bunch of people coming together to her house the first time, right?
Right.
What was she wearing then?
You want to know something? I do remember a women's beige long coat, kind of like a woman's, not a raincoat, but it could be similar to that. It was a beige, long, kind of looking like a business coat type of thing, a female version of a Columbo jacket.
Okay, and what was she wearing under it?
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay, and do you remember what jewelry she was wearing?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that on the 22nd that you kissed her on the cheek.
What day?
The 22nd, your birthday?
22nd, Sunday, yes.
Okay, so when you showed it the first time, you went like this, right? And then the next time when you said you did the kisses, you went like this. What's your typical way of kissing women when you greet them or say goodbye?
I'm not understanding any of what you just did.
Okay, so when you, well, I'll just leave it at Amber. When you, I take it that you would regularly kiss Amber on the cheek when you to say hello and to say goodbye?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
And tell us how you did that.
Objection,
Could you just
Your Honor.
show us how you did that?
Which time, regularly?
Did you have a different way of kissing her on the cheek different times? Or did you have a general way that you would greet or say goodbye to Amber with kisses?
It's a regular, you give a peck on the cheek, or, like you just touch cheeks and
Okay.
that's that.
So it's a pretty soft, it's kind of like almost a superficial one, or is it a really hard one on the cheek?
No, it's, you kiss someone on the side of the cheek. I don't know, pressure-wise, what kind of talk is there?
I mean, is it just
talk?
one of these little pecks, or is it much harder?
No, it's a regular. You touch, you touch and boink, and that's that.
So you think it was pretty hard? You peck her on the cheek pretty hard every time?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll sustain objection if you want the next question.
Okay.
Kelsey.
You also showed that you did one like this. Did you ever do a two kiss when you greeted Amber? Two cheeks?
No, I'm not European. I'm from Brooklyn.
No.
No, you give, Europeans do the,
All right.
both sides. Sometimes you even three. Bam, bam, bam. But
you never did that?
No.
All right, let's go to the fake punch. I want to make sure that I understand exactly what you remember seeing.
Yeah.
You said that it was 2 to 3 weeks into June. Is that correct? That you saw it?
It's got to be somewhere in that period.
Okay.
Somewhere in the first three, I would say the first 3 weeks of June.
All right.
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Can you recall which week?
No.
Okay. So you saw Whitney and Amber. Was there anyone with them?
No.
Okay. Do you recall what either of them was wearing?
Long jackets. Yes, actually I do.
Okay.
Long jackets. Overcoats.
And how was Amber's hair styled that day?
Down. Pulled back.
Pulled back or
Well,
down?
it's when I say pull, it's like hair's down, maybe because of something around the neck or whatever, the hair is, flipped back or whatever. Not tied back. I don't remember if it was tied back, but just where it's full. It's full.
Okay.
That I remember.
Okay. So now where were they standing when you watched this?
This is where were they standing?
Yes.
They're standing, waiting for one of the elevators on the mezzanine floor where there's, I guess you could see, there's cameras that, has that view of the elevators on the mezzanine floor.
So they're on the mezzanine level.
Yeah, this is the
Waiting.
same level. This is the same level. There's apartments on that level. And that's how the exit, how you get out to go to the garage.
And so were they coming back from the garage?
Well, if they're standing at the elevator outside, that it could be, and waiting to get into the elevator on that floor. So it could be that maybe they came from outside, maybe they know somebody who lives on that floor, because there's apartments there. I got no clue where they're coming from. That's not even in the thought process. When I see this, it's not like, well, I wonder where they're coming from.
Okay.
No, it's
Okay.
just
So now,
what I saw.
tell me where they were each standing.
As I'm watching the video, this tape, Amber's on the left and Whitney's on the right.
Okay? And then tell me, just take us through. Tell me what you saw.
Amber's on the left, Whitney's on the right. They're hanging out. Can I stand up?
Yes, sir.
And so here's Amber, here's Whitney, and they're hanging, waiting for the elevator. And Whitney they're looking at each other, yapping or whatever they're doing, and Whitney goes like this. Pow. Just a fake pow. And then they both start laughing, and then they're just standing there, yapping, doing what they're doing.
And how close does Whitney's fist get to Amber?
Oh, I'm watching this. It's a fake thing. It's not.
Right,
like she went and she hit her own
No.
sister.
No, but I'm
She
asking
didn't go
how
and hit
close.
her. She just going pow. If here's my face, if here's my face, it's just coming by. Fake punch going by. This, that far.
Okay.
Just making believe. It's a
Okay.
believe punch.
Okay. And then they both laugh, you say?
Yeah, they both, they just start,
Did you watch them get on the elevator?
No.
Okay, so the part that you saw, the elevator never opened during that time?
That's right.
Okay.
That is correct.
And how many seconds would you say, or minutes would you say this little clip was?
Oh, what I saw was 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Okay. And do you recall what day that was?
That I saw this?
No. Was there a date on the video?
Oh, I don't, if there was, it wasn't something that I acknowledged.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, now let's go back to the argument that you witnessed between Mr. Depp and actually Ms. Heard, who was on the phone or the speakerphone. Do you recall testifying about that?
Say this again, start again.
Yes, let's go back to, you testified that you observed an argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Do you recall that? You came into the room, Mr. Depp had Amber on speakerphone. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Depp was drunk. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber was actually in London, not New York?
No.
You don't recall that?
No, I thought I thought it was she was in New York.
Okay. And you recall that Mr. Depp was accusing Amber of sleeping with somebody, right?
There was somebody else in the room with her, and that's what they were arguing about.
Are you sure that Mr. Depp wasn't thinking there was someone in the room and she was trying to tell him there wasn't somebody in the room?
He, say that again?
Are you sure he wasn't saying someone was in the room and she was trying to convince him there wasn't anybody in the room?
Well, he said that he heard the other voice.
Okay, and did you hear the voice?
Oh, no. I
Okay.
walked in there already, this is already in motion.
Right, and Amber's saying, why are you saying that, right?
Amber was saying, come on, baby, why are you being like this? What are you doing? Come on, Johnny. There's no need. Why are you being like this?
Right.
And it was taunting.
How is it taunting to say, why are you accusing me of having somebody in my room?
Because they were in the midst of no solution. At that point, it would be instead of taunting, saying, listen, John, let's talk tomorrow and let's end this conversation right now and we'll talk tomorrow and we'll get to an understanding, because there's not going to be any solution right now. But there was none of that. It was just continuous, oh, baby,
So
and that kept it going.
If Mr. Depp, in his drunken state, was suffering from delusions and thought he heard a voice and wasn't, do you think it would have been reasonable for Amber to be saying, what's going on? Why are you saying this? What's going on?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll allow the question if you can answer it. You can answer the question, sir, if you...
Would I think it would be what?
If Mr. Depp was suffering from delusions and there wasn't anybody in the room and he hadn't heard a voice but thinks he's hearing a voice, would it be reasonable for Amber to be trying to figure out what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor. Hypothetical speculation.
I'll sustain as a speculation to that question.
And the bottom line is, you came in on the call, so you don't know what he said first or whether there was any voices, correct?
Whether he heard voices?
Yes.
Besides hers?
Yes.
No, I didn't hear the beginning of the conversation.
Okay. And then after the hang-up, he went straight to bed, right?
No, after the first hang-up,
Yeah.
she calls back again, which was it necessary? I don't know. And then a third time.
Do you know whether she knew whether he accidentally hung up or not?
That he accidentally hung up?
Right. Do you know whether she knew whether he hung up intentionally or accidentally?
No, it's the same way that I wouldn't know if, she didn't know that the telephone line got cut.
Right. Okay. So after the 3 calls that you testified about, he went straight to bed, right?
Went to the couch and laid down.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was drunk.
Yeah, and he went to sleep. Yeah, he went out.
Do you know whether he'd taken any drugs that night?
No.
Okay. Now, you have known, you've already testified, you've known him for 42 years. You didn't pay rent at the penthouse, correct?
No, no one did.
Right. Okay. And then after you finished at the penthouse, you went over and lived with him in Sweetser, correct?
I live in one of his house that he owns on Sweetser.
And you still live there?
Yes.
And rent-free, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And has, other than the $100,000, you never paid that back, right? The $100,000 that he's given you?
No, that's a thing that's a thing for me how I look at it and stuff. At some point, I would love to pay back some that money, but that's not something that is expected. He's expecting.
Would you say you're kind of beholden to Mr. Depp?
No, I'm not beholden at all.
He's given you $100,000. He's put you in that nice.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the whole question. Can you say it again? You
were rent-free in penthouses for a number of years, and now you've been rent-free ever since in Sweetser?
That's a nice friend.
Yeah, okay. And I think you testified already, you're pretty angry with Ms. Heard, right?
When?
I wrote it down that you
about the phony pictures that were taken and put in tabloids, and about the fake narrative, and about and the way she's trying to got a fraudulent DV claim to extort and blackmail a man, yeah, that kind of got me
Pretty angry with him.
frustrated, confused, angry, upset, yes. Which is why I said the best thing for us to do is not to talk to each other.
Okay.
Yes.
And was it fair to say you're still angry with her?
Oh, you know something? It's 6 years.
But
It's
we just heard you
6
give your
years.
version.
Am I angry anymore? I'm not, what I am is tired, and I want this all to end. Her to go heal, him to go heal. So many people have been affected by this malicious lie that she started and she created, and it's gone out the door and around the world. And so I can't even paint anymore. I've stopped painting for the last who knows how many years, and that's affected by stuff. I'm not angry at anybody. I want the best for her to take her responsibility, heal, and move on. And for John, his family has been completely wrecked by all of this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get affected from this. It's insane.
And Mr. Baruch?
How this happened.
And Mr. Baruch, if in fact she's telling the truth, and if in fact Mr. Depp, who has engaged in enormous rage and domestic abuse and violence of Amber over a period of time that you wouldn't know about, then maybe it's time for him to take responsibility, don't you think?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Speculation, lack of foundation, relevance.
Speculation.
He just went off on this rant and rave about assuming that she's...
You asked questions.
I didn't ask a question that launched that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay,
All right, next question.
I'll ask this.
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, you don't know whether Mr. Depp has committed domestic violence of Amber Heard, do you?
I never witnessed. I never saw or witnessed whatever type of claim that is being said, ever. I've never seen him be violent since teenagers from first meeting.
I didn't ask you that. I said you don't know whether he has committed domestic violence or abuse on Amber Heard. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I did not witness any physical violence.
But you have seen Mr. Depp use drugs as well as drink and be drunk, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now,
I've partaken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Let's pick up Depp exhibit number 116 again. It's already in, if we can have that published to the jury.
Ms. Birdhoff, how much more do you think you have?
I think I can finish it up if you give me 5 or 10 more minutes, maybe less.
Okay, all right. I'll hold you to that. Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Bruce, I just want to make sure that I understand. This is the penthouse thing, and you said...
Ms. Birdhoff, if you could go to the microphone, it's just hard to hear you.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
So, on this diagram, when you got out of the... You said 9:30 today, but in fact, it was between 9:30 and 10 that you came back with your friend, correct?
No, it was around 9:30. Could be 5 minutes one way, 5 minutes the other way. Could have been...
Do you recall saying it was between 9:30 and 10 earlier?
Today?
No.
Did I said that?
Do you recall, are you sure it was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, or could it have been between 9:30 and 10?
It was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, either way.
And you saw a broken sconce.
No,
correct?
I did not see a broken sconce.
What did you see?
I saw a broken glass on the floor, shards of glass, pieces of glass, which I figured could have been a broken sconce, or possibly maybe something from the fire department stuff that's around the walls. So it could be something broken from that. But maybe one of the sconces broke. I didn't see a broken sconce. I just saw the glass.
Okay, was there typically a sconce right there as you come off the elevator?
Yeah, from my memory, there was sconces on the walls, certain places.
Do you remember looking that night and saying, where did this glass come from? There's a broken one. Did you tie it together?
No, it wasn't. It was an assumption it had to come from some of those places, because what the glass looked like to me looked like it might have come from one of those places.
Okay.
Could have been, maybe the sconce.
Okay, when you said from the fire thing, were you talking about the fire extinguisher?
No, not the fire extinguisher. There was in the hallway, that first hallway that you go through, the doors that you walk through after you get out of the elevator, those doors, they're fire doors that you close. All right, hopefully no one gets burned to death. That would be, crazy. But then along the wall, I believe, by the staircase, because there's a door that's next to penthouse 5, then there's the doorway, the stairwell door. And I believe there's a thing that's by the floor there that's got a glass plastic thing around it. So it could have been something from that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, yes, ma'am. Counsel. Do you have another copy of the deposition?
Is this something for me to look at?
Just wait for a question, sir.
I asked you a few minutes ago whether you were sure that it was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, or if it could have been somewhere between 9:30 and 10. Do you recall me asking that question?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 39. Do you recall giving your deposition on November 20, 2019?
Oh, from down in Anaheim?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
And were you under
deposition. That's
oath
the
at that
first-
time?
Well,
Okay,
I
and
think
that-
I believe so, yeah.
It was about 2.5 years ago, wasn't it?
2, 3, like between 2 and 3 years, yeah, sure.
All right, so if you could take a look, starting on page 39.
Hang on a second.
And if you go to the line 21, where were you on the evening of May 21, 2016? And your answer was, all right. So I was out in the street. I was with a buddy of mine, calls me. He asked if I wanted to go out and eat. And I says, I just ate. Just meet me. Let's meet at the apartment. Let's go hang out. So I met him at my apartment probably, I want to say, around 9:30 or a little bit later. I don't know. Yeah, between 9:30 and 10. Do you see that?
So I met him at my apartment, probably I want to say around 9:30 or a little bit later. I don't know, yeah, between 9:30 and 10.
Okay.
And that ends up,
So does that refresh your recollection that it could have been a little bit, somewhere between 9:30 and 10?
I go more with 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, because it could have been 9:20.
Okay,
It could have been 9:25.
But-
It could have been 9:35, but I go with 9:30.
Okay. And did you see any police officers?
No,
Okay. Did you ever hear any police officers?
no.
Okay. So let's go back to this 116 for a second. And you said that you saw a lot of wine right outside of
Wait a
Penthouse.
second, it's line 115?
Sorry. The exhibit that's in front of you on the screen.
Oh.
So you go by Penthouse, now I have to hurry up to make my promise to Your Honor. So you see Penthouse 1 there, and you said that the wine was in that area, right?
It's in front of the door.
Okay,
It's a little, it's gonna be 1.5 feet, 2 feet up further north.
north, closer on the way to PH3?
No, it's right in front of the doorway. You have it past the doorway, the blue dot.
Yeah,
It's,
that wasn't
it's
intentional.
just in front of that doorway.
There we go, okay. Can you put the dot exactly where it was? Okay,
Can I move that dot?
and how much wine was there?
It's a puddle
It was a puddle.
of wine.
Could you walk past it without seeing it?
No.
It was, and could you tell a little bit about how much probably had been spilled of the wine? I mean, were we talking like a half a bottle, a bottle?
Looked like, a couple of glasses of wine, making a puddle.
Okay,
Wasn't like a full bottle. It's
Okay.
That's a bit more.
okay, thank you. Your Honor, I do have another exhibit I need to put in, and I think that might take a little bit longer than a couple of minutes.
Well, how
So-
much time were you talking?
Well, I mean, I can do it as fast as I can,
You
but.
can try.
Okay,
good.
then can we Heather, can you pick up, well, it's gonna be Plaintiff's Exhibit 548. Now, do you have a recollection of Mr. Depp having a volatile relationship with his earlier partner, Vanessa Paradis?
No, but then again, I wasn't, I met her a couple of times. Our paths weren't crossing at that particular time when they were together.
All right, do you recall Mr. Depp ever referring to a circumstance with her as carnage?
What's the relevance? Or?
We're talking, he's trying to give character testimony here, and I'll tell you what, I'll move to a different
Okay,
one.
all right.
Now, you said that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were, you said that they were always nice to each other?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember Mr. Depp referring to Amber with the term cunt?
Like to her face?
No, to you, calling her a cunt to you.
Maybe in a text.
All right, did he do it more than once in a text?
I would have no recollection of that. I mean, he's called me a cunt in a text. So, I mean, it could be. I don't know how many texts. If there's something specific, if you could show me a text, that would be a different story. But I don't. We've had many texts together, many
Okay, let's go to line 57 then, it would be section 57 of the exhibit that I have in front of me. Now, this is a text message between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Well, there's 80 million texts on
If you
there.
go down to 50, go to the one that's number 57.
57 from.
Objection, Your Honor.
This is from me to him?
I'm sorry.
May I approach?
Okay, sure.
Are you on 57 yet?
57.
Right. And this is to you, correct, from Mr. Depp?
Is that how it's, it says from to 323-445-2400? That used to be my telephone number, so.
That's to, correct?
Oh, okay, I see, I understand,
right.
yes.
All right. And
That's to me.
all right, and the message he's sending to you, and this is October 18, 2016, is hopefully that comes.
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibit's not in evidence, and she's reading directly from it into the record.
All right.
All right, does this refresh your recollection that Mr. Depp referred to Amber Heard as a cunt, and in fact, cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection if you could rephrase.
I'll ask it differently. Do you recall Mr. Depp ever telling you that he, in base terms, hoped that Amber's rotting corpse is decomposing
Objection,
in
Your
the
Honor.
trunk of a Honda Civic?
I'll allow it.
I'm not understanding the question. Say it again?
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever telling you that he hoped that Amber Heard's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
You can answer the question, sir.
Yeah, I say yeah, I'm seeing it here, so obviously, yeah, it was said.
Okay.
It was written.
And then go to 59, please. And when you had to move out of the penthouse to go to Sweetser, do you recall Mr. Depp telling you that this was Amber's fault and referring to her as a cunt?
Can I read this
Yes,
thing
please.
first, so that
Yes,
way I
please.
see what's going on? So now, I've just read this, and I understand. I remember this exactly, because this is the period of time. I'm moving, and that he's selling the apartments, and there's people who are coming over. I'm still living there, and it would have been better off if I moved out, so that way then the real estate people can look at it and not come in and look at the kind of paintings that I make and all that kind of crap.
But my question to you is, do you recall Mr. Depp calling Amber Heard a cunt and saying that it was her fault?
Well, it's written there, so yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
That's not what he says. He says that cunt ruined such a fucking cool life we had for a while. I don't know, that's not.
And he says, I can't even look at the building anymore, correct?
Right, I can't even
Right.
look at the building
And he's
anymore.
selling it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move the admission of those two limited. Excuse me, one moment.
Objection, Your Honor. There are some, it's a significant exhibit. There's definitely some hearsay in there.
I think I'll reserve on that, on the entry of that, okay, and we can discuss it later time, okay? Are you done?
I don't know. My co-counsel is saying I should go with
I'm not going to I'm reserving on whether, so are we done with Cross?
Yes.
Okay, and redirect briefly? We're going to be done with this witness before lunch.
Okay.
There we go.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, do you recall that Ms. Bredehoff was just asking you some questions about some text messages you received from Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
Do you recall when those text messages were sent?
No, I'd have to look at them again and look at the date.
Could you display it to the witness again, please?
And I believe we looked at lines 59. Excuse me, 57. Do you see the date of when you received that text message?
All right, hang on. October, November. It was the month before. It was the month before I moved out. Okay.
When was that text message sent?
It says 10/18/2016. That's October. I moved out the next month, so in November. So this is from October.
So was that message sent several months after Ms. Heard made claims against Mr. Depp of domestic violence?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Yes, of course. This is after this whole fiasco that she started.
And if we look at line 61,
What am I looking? 60.
what's the date on that message?
It's 10/28, October.
We can take that down. Mr. Baruch, Ms. Bredehoff asked you a series of questions about the security video from the Eastern Columbia building that you observed. Do you recall that?
Yeah, the POW.
When did you understand that footage was from?
Objection, Your Honor. Already asked and answered. He said he didn't recall.
I'll sustain it, asked and answered.
Did you have an understanding at the time that you saw that video of when it was from?
Objection, Your Honor. Same question.
I'll sustain the objection.
Ms. Bredehoff also asked you a series of questions about the argument that you overheard between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp on the phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you could hear Ms. Heard's voice on that phone, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall if that was a FaceTime call or if it was just regular speakerphone?
It's just this speakerphone.
And what did you understand her tone to be on that call that you overheard?
Objection, Your Honor. What would he understand her tone to be?
I'll allow it if you can answer. That's fine.
Taunting, egging on, almost demeanoring, the baby talk.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, and move to strike.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection as to his answer, and I'll strike it.
The whole answer, Your Honor?
The answer, yes.
I believe you testified that Mr. Depp hung up the phone during that conversation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp was trying to end the argument by hanging up the phone?
Objection to what his understanding of what Mr. Depp was trying to do.
All right, I'll sustain as to past speculation.
Your Honor, he heard the phone call and he was there to directly
But
observe.
what Johnny Depp's intention was, I'll sustain the objection.
I know what my intent.
Sir,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay, thank you. Wait for the question. Thank you, sir.
What was your understanding of your intent with respect to hanging up the phone on that
Objection, Your Honor.
conversation?
He already asked and answered when he said he hung it up. And so.
It was asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Possibly, Your Honor.
There's a silence. Okay, so yes or no, or not for you, not from you?
Yes,
All right,
yes, for us.
all right, sir, since you're subject to recall, that means that you may be called again to testify at some point. So that means until that time, the rule on witnesses still is in place for you, so you cannot have any outside information or talk to anybody about your testimony here today, and don't look at any information about this on the news, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir, you're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon lunch. We'll give you till 2:30 to take care of lunch. Again, no outside information, and please don't discuss this case, okay? All right, thank you. Have a good lunch. right, so we'll come back at 2:30 then? Is that correct? All right, thank you.
Like these things are just going past me like they nothing.
step by step, but I'm on a different pace. You won't see me underground, cause I'm walking on the waves. I don't ever look down, 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 I'm just focused on his face. I don't gotta know it all, that's a different type of faith. Hold up, I know you gon' show up every time. When I'm good, when I'm bad, when I'm low, when I'm high, yeah. When I'm lost, look to God, he my guide, yeah. Haters talk, let them talk, no reply, yeah. Wait, I find strength inside my weakness. My strength, yeah. Expectations, you exceed them. Do my best, you supersede it. I'm complete cause you preceded me. Da, 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 yeah, you know it. Da, 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 yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Da, 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 yeah, you know it. I don't got it all planned out, but you know. I just watch it all pan out, cause I know that you know. You know, covered in this life until forever. I don't got it all planned out, but you know. I just watch it all pan out, cause I know that you know, you know, covered in this life until forever.
You look like a threat. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bed. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go. Ooh, na, 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 na. Ooh, yeah.
The G people see you.
Don't be say they talk like you waka for your waka, nah. I know say you know say you be painting, nah, nah. Yeah, yeah. The way where you they move, they make me go ga, 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 ga. So what's your name? Say everything you they talk not true. Now what's your name? Don't be say I did from Chineke, man. Now what's your name? Oluwa, can't take controller. You're looking for love and it's not what you're used to. Yeah. It's heaven and girl, it's real. So what's your name?
Cause I don't know it. I'm trying to know you for more than a moment. Seen you across the room, girl, you posing. Ain't nobody stopping you when you knows it. Mind on the words, so listen. Your name means wisdom. Yeah, I can tell by your wave you different. Seen a lot of lanes in your day, you suspicious. Ain't easily blown away. Who is this? All that money and nice won't flatter your life. I was drawn to your light and your love for the Christ. I don't know your name and the things that you like. Let's spend the day playing Kirk and Brian McKnight. Because one, you're like the dream come true, and then two, I wanna be with you, and then three, when we done, we probably end up back at one, sweet lady.
Don't be say they talk like you waka for your waka, nah. I know say you know say you be painting, nah, nah. Yeah, yeah. The way where you they move, they make me go ga, 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 ga. So what's your name? Say everything you they talk not true. Now what's your name? Don't be say I did from Chineke, man. Now what's your name? Oluwa, can't take controller. You're looking for love and it's not what you're used to. It's heaven and girl, it's real. So what's your name?
Cause I know it means something. You my African queen with them beats popping. Hair natural, girl, I've been watching. Pray to God that I'm smart and I be cautious. In the past I dealt with some shady woes. I know not you by the way you roll. You did come through with an amazing goal to be more like God than to make it known. Sumo on me don't go nowhere. I know you fine, but what's in there is what I care for. Yeah, paintings on my WhatsApp. I don't even want that. I just wanna hear more of you. You and I moving through the vibes, moving through the times, getting closer to our God, yeah, and each other before you realize to become one right before your very eyes.
Don't be say they talk like you waka for your waka, nah. I know say you know say you be painting, nah, nah. Yeah, yeah. The way where you they move, they make me go ga, 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 ga. So what's your name? Say everything you they talk not true. Now what's your name? Don't be say I did from Chineke, man. Now what's your name? Oluwa, can't take controller. You're looking for love and it's not what you're used to. It's heaven and girl, it's real. So what's your name? Na 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 na. What's your name? Oluwa, can't take controller. What's your name?
Has it finished? Why are you asking me now? What type of question is that? Is the album finished or do we have a few more songs to go? It seems like it's got 1 or 2 more. Oh, we are not done yet. Okay. No, I've heard you, Sha. What is all this ruckus? Tell me. Here's the truth I say. So Boombaye, but I ain't never met one like Yahweh. That's so bad. Yeah. We back. Yeah.
The GP will see you now.
Look, free to return to that emo rap. Ain't no kilo stash. Augusta's son had to reload that. Daddy gone, but his legacy strong. How do you figure? I too thought I'd be dead, all things considered, but I'm living, thriving and growing, fighting opponents that I'm with it, striving to know who died for the lowest, don't you get it? The industry hope is trying to control us, I ain't with it. I got me a goal that's highly explosive with my wife and my baby. What I'm writing is weighty, call me Esso or Bebenberg, they knighting me lately, stand where the light is, feeling lighted, delighted, and maybe I'm getting grown. Nothing wrong with Bible and Baileys, I open up the text, got my mind closer off the edge, goes the architect, I ain't gotta go to your connect, I gotta go direct, him and I, through the sun up. I say him and I, bless up, rest, has the right perspective. Back when I was driving a Vectra, my mind was on the setup and ease, no time for the let up and breeze. Young man with a vision, my ammunition was let off and squeezed. Talking know about it, so exotic. Go to mile and never hold a product. Though we wildin', we was on the island wave. Fast forward now today, thank God my mama prayed. Looking back and seeing all that God has made with his legacy. Daddy showed me the whole entire page. The death of me, I will hold it and say Messiah's name. Gonna fire lane, but I also know that time will change. This entire frame is bound to go as far as the came. How you know it? The poets, they show it. I've been up and had my lowest, the lowest. I can't control this or hold this. To my final breath, I tell them this can go in a moment. So I pray over my daughter that her soul will have solace, you know.
Hi, Daddy. Say hi to Daddy. She's like, why are we saying hello to Daddy when it's me and you in the camera? Say hi, Daddy. I've been screaming really loudly and talking to my aunties and not letting Mommy do her laundry folding.
That's why. You know, my brother always say, there's no room for egos in the house that we build. And right now we building heaven. So I invite you into this house. You're welcome.
Feeling like can't nobody tell me nothing. Yeah. The main one's talking, never did this for me. Nah. Had to get it the best way I knew how. They hated on me then, but they loving me now. Now that the tables have turned.
I feel like we setting the mood for you, you know what I'm saying?
Now that the tables have turned.
Be in a different situation.
Yeah.
Maybe we keep going. Check it out. Check it out. They never view you the same once you move out they lane. I told them to picture me rolling, but they cropped out the frame. I hopped out the game, they came back with a cheat code and beast mode. Shoot every shot, but never reload. Rails always prevail, the ship is only set to sail. Try to sink me if you can, keep a cannon to feed you hell. Fare thee well, inscribe my insignia on my lapel. So they notice me, they know it's me, true teller like Chappelle. Master of my own fate, from the alley shooting on crates. From getting booed at talent shows to being seen as one of the greats. Most known, unknown, the 666 of my state. Tables turn, cigars burn, glasses filled with crushed grapes. Yeah.
Feeling like can't nobody tell me nothing. Yeah. Main ones talking never did this for me. Nah. Had to get it the best way I knew how. They hated on me then, but they loving me now. Now that the tables have turned.
It's like they look at you in a whole different light.
Now that the tables have turned.
Once you finally in their sight, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Feel that. Yo. Rapper, teacher, realtor, bank account on TBD. Just bought stock in CBD. Used to pay with EBT. Now I bet they seeing me make soundtracks on their TV screen. Made a couple movie scores, killing shit like Stephen King. Pops get off parole next month. Gas them up and hold the pump. We'll be on the island soon, right around when winter comes. Hopefully won't need a mask. Cognac pouring out that flask. Find a chick who extra bad, then count this cash on top of. Keep a toolie in the stash. I ain't in the lack of much. I ain't afraid of the hood. I don't trust these crackers much. They don't wanna see me win. See me now or see me then. But tables turn, cigars burn, garçon, see me in.
Feeling like can't nobody tell me nothing. Yeah. Main ones talking never did this for me. Nah. Had to get it the best way I knew how. They hated on me then, but they loving me now. Now that the tables have turned.
We work extremely hard
Now that the
to be in position. Stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And we ready now. Maybe we be greater from now until forever. Psychosis. DJ Payne 1. Let's keep it going.
Feel like a merry-go-round. Don't wanna stop, you see me worried. Too many secrets to be found. Would you still be here if I wasn't blurry? Focus on me. Can you focus on me? I'll be what you want if you show me what love is. This might be toxic, 'cause my truck is my oxygen. I just wanna feel what they all talk about. So lift me out of my coffin. Hesitance in your voice. Feel us slowly breaking at the core. Would I still be your first choice if a prettier blonde knocked at your door?
Is it finished? Why are you asking me now? What type of question is that? Is the album finished or do we have a few more songs to go? It seems like it's got 1 or 2 more. Oh, we are not done yet. Okay. I've heard you, Sha. What is all this ruckus? Tell me.
Here's the truth I say. So Boombaye, but I ain't never met one like Yahweh. That's so bad. Goals. Everybody want wife. Everybody want someone they can call on and hold them at night. Yeah. Everybody want babe, but they don't all come to the light. Yeah. They don't know what it's like. Yeah. All they want are the likes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after goals? We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after goals?
I say goals. Everybody on mission trying to be cold. What a sight to behold, cause they ain't watching out for their souls. Right hand thumbing down to their phones. My black queen's trying to get flown out. The man will die to get known, but they don't see what's up in their homes. All they see is picture perfect, but I'm certain. Take a peek around and close the curtains. If I leak and now I'm hearing curses, what I seek a sound, I'm so assertive. Cause what we see online isn't really that person. Still we eat when they serve it, but we're there when we're hurting. I say goals. Everybody wants something. They ain't looking for substance, nah. They just wanna be comfy, yeah. Everybody online thinking like, wow, isn't he lovely? Yeah. But they don't know that he flew out to Dubai with his mom's money, yeah, yeah, yeah.
We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after goals? We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after goals?
Will we ever quit and know the twist? All that we see is no legit. He got the rollie on the wrist. She got a body that was kissed. They both look happy in the moment, but their life is actually eroding at the right from factoring opponents. You will find this factory is broken.
looking, but man, they look great on the other side though. I can't wait for the summertime, bro. All these lights and colors I throw, me they won't know this money I owe. LV dropping, selfies popping, they can't see or tell me nothing. If only we would know, mean that we would start with goals, but I say goals. Still they sell and we buy. We don't care if it's lies, nah, we just follow the prize. Double tap and hit like now, amplify to the skies. But we don't hear when they cry now, all we care for is hype, yeah, yeah, yeah.
We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after gold? We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after gold?
Goals, still they sell and we buy. We don't care if it's lies, nah, we just follow the prize. Double tap and hit like now, amplify to the skies. But we don't hear when they cry now, all we care for is hype, yeah, yeah, yeah.
We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after gold? We've been given one life to call our own. Will we ever stop chasing after gold? Made mistakes and yes, I had regrets, but now I realize that it's all a part of life. It's you who's in the past, and you're mad. I feel no shame, and I changed and realized I'm happy with your own life. What you never us now. Why you tryna make something out of why? It's bumming me, my energy. This ain't no really hard. Oh, baby, this ain't no really party. This ain't no really party. Looking for me to dislike myself. Oh well, to disappoint you, I'm not you. Take your energy and use it for something that'll make you smile, that'll make you grow, that'll make you good, that'll make you happy. What you never was now. Why you tryna make something out of nothing?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy.
Tryna put on a mask and act like these things are just going past me like they nothing, like they nothing. 'Cause I know they something, and I just need you to know why. I refuse to let the light fade away, even through the darkest day. I got to see the light, and the one I follow, yeah, he makes it easy. I know I don't got it all, I ain't got it figured out, but with every fall, he told me I'll make it out just the way he planned it out. All I gotta do is trust in him and know that he will work it out, work it out.
Ah, da, 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 yeah, you know it. Ah, da, 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 yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Ah, da, 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 yeah, you know it. I don't got it all planned out, but you know, I just watch it all pan out, 'cause I know that you know, covered in this life until forever. I don't got it all planned out, but you know, I just watch it all pan out, 'cause I know that you know, covered in this life until forever. Walk step by step, but I'm on a different pace. You won't see me on the ground, 'cause I'm walking on the waves. I don't ever look down, 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 I'm just focused on his face. I don't gotta know it all, that's a different type of faith. Hold up, I know you gon' show up every time. When I'm good, when I'm bad, when I'm low, when I'm high, yeah. When I'm lost, look to God, he my guide, yeah. Haters talk, let them talk, no reply, yeah. Wait, I find strength inside my weakness. Expectations, you exceed them. Do my best, you supersede it. I'm complete 'cause you preceded me. Ah, da, 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 yeah, you know it. Ah, da, 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 yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it. Ah, da, 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 yeah, you know it. I don't got it all planned out, but you know, I just watch it all pan out, 'cause I know that you know, covered in this life until forever. I don't got it all planned out, but you know, I just watch it all pan out, 'cause I know that you know, covered in this life until forever. You can't hold me back, you can't hold me down. Put me in the game, gotta get it right now. You can't hold me back, you can't hold me down. Put me in the game, gotta get it right now.
Ignite my fire. Take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on the right time, but I'm telling you right now, the fire. I've been waiting on someone. You've been on my mind often, so baby, you know you're getting this good love. Ignite my fire. Take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on the right time, but I'm telling you right now, the fire. I've been waiting on someone. You've been on my mind often, so baby, you know you're getting this good love. Ignite my fire. Take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on the right time, but I'm telling you right now, the fire. I've been waiting on someone. You've been on my mind often, so baby, you know you're getting this good love. Take me higher for once. I know that you've been waiting on the right feel the weather, sunny rays or stormy pressure. You'll get if I get what the hard times bring me. Moving on to new things, always with my own spin. A queen deserves a true king. Living like a movie, see the way I do me. Love that inner beauty. I'm not the type to disrespect me. Get off my back cause you're not ready. See how I flow, I do this in my sleep. Act like a boss, I don't act like John. There's no sheep mentality, making my dreams a straight reality. Gradually, my fantasies become so real. Thankfully, it's meant to be. I feel so hopeful, chosen to do what I want to do.
Carpe diem, seize a day as it comes. Cheese attract rats on the scene, get it gone. Rats attract cats out for peace and the dogs. The bitches come in threes, woe is me, fill them up. Same mistakes made on the regular. It's a mind state, won't fade till I let it out. It won't fade till I let it out. But the rain only falls on the fortunate. Wake up calls, needed more of them. I'm sick of scribbling thoughts up against the wall and feeling all kinds of awkward in public before performances. My mind's filling up with the sauce, but I lack the portioning. It's all time to get with the program. Enough with the slow jams. I puff on the dope and disconnect with the coke gang. Rough on the nose gang. I fell in love with my own sound. Now it's so far,
so good. Felt the rain, I should find shelter, pull up my umbrella. But today I'm feeling stellar. Wanna feel the weather, sunny rays or stormy pressure. You'll get if I get what the hard times bring me. Blessings, blessings. Find shelter, pull up my umbrella. But today I'm feeling stellar. Wanna feel the weather, sunny rays or stormy pressure. You'll get if I get what the hard times bring me. Blessings.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, testify the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay
careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land. Whole wrist covered up in ice. Dealership, never ask the price. I hit the mall and ball with my dogs. Yeah, I swiped it once without thinking twice. Cause this what I was made for. Man, I know this what I came for. On a big stage, couple thousand people, and they do whatever I say so. Have chicks that color of the rainbow. Yeah, chains on me like Django. Be a long way from my tank low. Cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind. And I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
are going to be calling Brandon Patterson by video deposition designations at this point.
Okay.
And I just wanted to alert the court how we've handled the exhibits amongst the parties we've met and conferred. The parties have agreed that we have no objections to the Eastern Columbia building surveillance videos that have been authenticated by Mr. Brandon Patterson.
Okay.
In his deposition.
Okay, what exhibit numbers are they? Or whose exhibits are they?
Well, so we have no objection to all, I think there's 87 currently. So in the interest of time for the jury and the court and everyone here, because there are 87, we've agreed to show a selected smaller set, which have been identified by both parties. And both parties are taking on the responsibility of introducing and playing each exhibit for the jury.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. So since Mr. Depp is up now in his case in chief, we are going to be playing the video deposition of Mr. Patterson. We will pause the video, and then when one of Ms. Heard's exhibits comes up.
No, I'm sorry. The deposition, the person, just one time. When that deposition, we're just testimonies once.
We understand that.
Oh, you're doing? Then you're going to pause right now, and then you're going to do it. I'm just confused.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me be a little bit more clear. We're going to pause the video deposition of Mr. Patterson to allow Ms. Heard's counsel to publish the exhibit, which is also a video, surveillance video. I know, it's confusing.
Okay. It's going to be a little difficult. Okay.
Right. So we ask that the court perhaps remove the publishing from Mr. Depp's counsel's table and allow Ms. Heard's counsel to publish that exhibit, which is a surveillance video, and play that.
Okay.
Each side has taken responsibility of the clips that they would like to play.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
But how many times is this going to happen?
How many do you have, Adam?
We have 6, Your Honor.
You have
and there's 6 clips, which probably the longest is less than 2 minutes long.
Okay.
And they have like 10, and again, they're all relatively short. And what happened in the deposition was that the witness saw the video and then testified.
So you'll pause it when the witness is watching the video. We're going to watch the video. Okay. All right. And how long is this video?
I believe the entire deposition is about 1 hour and 48 minutes.
1 hour and 48 minutes.
And with the exhibits, I anticipate it might take us till the end of the day.
Okay.
But no promises about that.
That's fine. I still need the exhibit numbers. Okay. If we could.
Would you like to read them into?
I can read them.
That's fine. If you would precursor with whose exhibit it is. So I have 2 lists. So I just want to make sure I get it.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'll give you ours.
Okay.
It would be 670,
670,
671,
671,
672,
672,
673.
73.
I'm sorry, I'm going out of order here now. 666.
That's okay. 666,
680,
680,
681,
681,
682,
682,
683,
683.
684,
Okay.
685, 686, 687, 688, 668, 690, 691, 692, 693, 669, 694, 695, 696, 729, 743, 745, 746, 744, 750, 751, 752, 753, 755, 780G, 780R, 780X, 789A, 789B, 789G, 789H, 789L, 789N, 789R, 974. And I believe we had 1041, which I think was what actually came in from your, today, the plans for the ECB. I think that's the same thing, but it was 1041, and I'm not sure if you're objecting to that. No, so 1041.
Okay.
Just want to
All
make
right,
sure.
so you're entering all of those into evidence and there's no objection, correct?
Well, Your Honor, I just want to confirm one thing with counsel.
Sure.
May I confirm?
Sure,
him very
that's
quickly?
fine.
This doesn't include the covered meeting that he
Go
had
ahead.
in the kitchen. So just to confirm.
I'm confirmed.
Okay.
Yes.
As long as they're all Eastern Columbia surveillance videos, Your Honor, we have no objections.
Okay.
Which they are.
Which they are, so they're all entered into
Except for,
evidence.
except for the plan, which was that one I just
Right.
talked about, yes.
Okay, so those are all entered into evidence then. All right, and yes, ma'am, yours?
And Your Honor, just short circuit this for the court. Our Eastern Columbia building surveillance videos are exhibit numbers 250 through 336.
All right, so exhibits 250 through 336.
That's
no
correct.
objection to those exhibits, correct?
Confirming that, assuming that they are all the Eastern building, then no objection.
Yes.
Okay, so plaintiffs' exhibits 250 through 336 are entered into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would Your Honor like to know the 10 exhibits that we were going to be playing for the jury?
No, that's okay. They're all in evidence. That's all I needed to know. We don't
Thank
need to
you,
pull them up, so you're going to handle that.
Yes.
All right.
The only thing about this is there's going to be duplicates. I don't know whether we want to try to sort that through.
They're in evidence, so
Okay.
that's.
It's been
I'm not going to
sorted.
ring that bell. That's right. Okay, could you put the big TV up, though, before we get the jury back in? Just since it's going to be a deposition with testimony, we're going to go ahead and put the big TV up, so. If it works. Could you speak a little louder? I'm sorry.
I thought the deposition video came through the other screen. I was just,
I think it comes through here, too. Yeah.
oh, it does? Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll, when you have a remote witness, the remote witness will stay up there.
Right.
And then you can use those screens as well, but when you're using deposition, we can still see it over
Okay,
here.
fantastic, thank
We'll
you.
just publish it to the big screen. If you want to set up before the jury comes out, just to make sure you have the person. Let's just make sure it's all working before we get the jury. And this, oh, you can put it on there. There you go. All right, seems like it's all working. Okay? No, that's fine. All right, are we ready for the jury then? Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiffs call Brandon Patterson. He is the corporate designee of the Eastern Columbia building by deposition designations.
All right. Patterson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first one that we have of a few where they already have been deposed, and so you're going to see them on a recording, okay? volume. Do you have an audio connection attached to? Try it one more time. Could you push play one more time?
General manager.
Can you turn it up?
For what? If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, Brandon Patterson, 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014.
And if you could please state your occupation.
General manager.
For what?
I am the general manager for the Eastern Columbia HOA in Los Angeles.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been here at the building 6 years.
Okay, were you there in 2016?
Yes.
And are you here under a subpoena as the corporate designee for Action Property Management?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could please pull up Exhibit 1 and just scroll to page 15 of the PDF, please. Does this look like a copy of the subpoena that you received?
Yes.
Is it okay if I call your building ECB?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that ECB has produced these 3 categories of documents and films?
Yes.
Please go to Exhibit 2 and scroll to page 8. And does this look like the topics of the deposition of the subpoena for testimony?
Okay.
Is it your understanding that you're the most knowledgeable person on these topics?
I am the most knowledgeable within Action Property Management as it relates to these items.
Are you responsible for managing any of the records or managing, preserving any of the records and videos at Action Property Management?
Specifically as it relates to Eastern Columbia, this is the only property and building for Action that I manage. So Action as a whole, I can't speak for that, but as for ECB, yes.
Thanks. And this whole deposition will be just referring to ECB related to Action Property Management. What was your role in locating the videos responsive to the subpoena?
The videos had been saved from the original case. I don't recall the exact year that was. I think this is number 4 now. So I provided the video that was requested that had been saved as the only videos that were requested and saved.
And who saved them? Was that you or someone at Action Property Management?
I had initially worked on saving them when I received the first list. And I guess I don't know if you're referring to the first set of videos that was ever requested or subsequent subpoenas, I guess, as this refers to, that were already saved, and I just transferred the already saved documents.
So we'll get into more details. But when was the first time you saved security footage relating to ECB in response to a subpoena?
Like I said, I don't recall the exact year. It was the first case between Depp and Heard as a response to subpoenas that we had received from both parties.
And what was your role in preserving those videos from that first time until now?
Can you expand on what you mean by preserving?
Sure. Did you, Were these videos kept securely in the same format at ECB? And were you responsible for making sure that they were kept securely and in the same format at ECB?
Yes.
How many cameras are there at ECB in 2016?
I don't recall the exact number. We've since switched out the entire system and expanded on it. I believe we doubled the cameras, which we currently have 44. So I would be speculating, but I think it's probably around 22 or so. Originally.
And where in 2016 were the cameras positioned?
Throughout the common areas.
And did ECB take them as a matter of course, sort of all day, 24 hours a day?
The recordings were 24/7. The concierge staff periodically does review them, just as part of their daily duties. But the video footage is recorded onto a DVR back then, I believe it was like a 20-day period before it was written over.
Is it correct that you're not represented by an attorney?
I am not.
Did you review any documents or videos before the deposition?
I did not.
Have you ever communicated with Mr. Depp's former attorney, Mr. Waldman?
Yes.
And did Mr. Waldman, do you know if he drafted a declaration for you in 2016?
Yes.
Is Action Property Management, I believe you said this earlier, is it the property management company for ECB?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that in 2016, Depp owned the top floor penthouses in ECB, penthouses 1 through 5?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether Amber Heard was a resident at ECB in 2016?
Yes.
How many times have you seen Amber Heard? Personally?
Maybe, I would be guessing, my best guess would be maybe half a dozen to a dozen times.
Do you remember when those times were? Like what year?
I don't recall the exact year, but likely 2016.
So moving to May 21st of 2016, are you aware that officers were called to the penthouse of ECB on that day?
Yes, I am aware.
Were you there the day that the officers were called to ECB in May of 2016?
I was not at the building when officers were called.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of why the officers were called on May 21st, 2016?
Firsthand, no, I do not.
Did you see Amber at all on May 21st?
Not that I recall.
Did you see Amber on May 22nd, 2016?
Not that I recall.
Did you see Amber on May 23rd, 2016?
The timeline is 2016. I don't recall the specifics of those dates specifically.
Can you testify to whether you saw Amber Heard at all the week of May 21st, 2016, personally?
I don't recall the dates now.
Did you personally interact with Mr. Depp at ECB in 2016?
No, I never did.
Have you seen Mr. Depp on video footage in 2016?
Yes.
Could you please bring up Exhibit 3, please? How would you describe Mr. Depp's behavior in that video?
I would describe it as animated.
And do you have any, in the times that you've seen Mr. Depp at ECB, did you ever observe Mr. Depp in an animated manner like you saw in the video?
I do recall a video of Mr. Depp in the elevator, I guess in an animated state.
And was that in 2016?
Yes.
And do you have any familiarity with, have you ever seen Mr. Depp appear angry in the times you've seen him at ECB?
I wouldn't say angry, I use the term animated.
And what does the term animated mean to you?
What I saw in the video.
When were you first, Mr. Patterson, when were you first contacted for video footage after the May 21st police call to the building?
I don't recall the exact time frame.
Do you remember who contacted you about the May 2016 video footage? Who first contacted you?
I do not recall.
You know who selected what copy to preserve and what to preserve?
The attorneys from both sides submitted a list of video times and dates to be preserved.
And do you remember what times and dates those were, roughly?
I don't have a time frame now.
Do you have a rough time frame of what the videos that were preserved, what times those covered?
My rough recollection is that May 2016 timeframe.
Was it after the May 21st incident, that time frame?
Yes.
And do you know what role Mr. Depp's lawyers played in the selection process?
The attorneys came to the office here, set up a viewing area, reviewed video footage, took notes based on that review, and those dates and times were provided to retrieve the video and save.
And do you remember which attorneys came, either their names or who they were, came to review the footage?
I don't recall. There's attorneys from both sides that came very close together, and I don't recall who or what side they were on.
And was all of the footage that they selected preserved?
Yes.
And were all of those videos that were preserved taken in the ordinary course of ECB's business operations?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. It's ordinary, is it not, for ECB to have these cameras rolling, and the videos that were preserved were from those cameras that were rolling in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, correct.
And do you know how many video clips ECB preserved pursuant to the requests from attorneys?
I don't recall the exact number. It was whatever was on the subpoena. We provided exactly what was on there.
Does the number 87 ring a bell? For how many videos?
Yes.
And do you know where the videos were maintained from 2016 until today?
They were on a portable drive here in my office.
At ECB?
Yes.
And how are they maintained?
It was on a portable hard drive.
And as far as you know, is that in the same condition that it was in 2016?
To my knowledge, yes.
And were the 87 videos preserved on 3 DVD discs or in some other format?
So through the subpoenas, the videos were provided to the different teams. I vaguely remember CDs. They weren't stored on CDs for purposes here. I just have the portable hard drive.
Any more video footage other than those 87 clips that has been preserved?
No.
And what happened to any other video footage that was not preserved?
Like I had mentioned earlier, the DVR has a capacity of so many days and it rewrites over itself.
And just for clarity, I just want to make it clear, how did you decide what May 2016 video to preserve?
The only videos that were preserved were the ones called out via the subpoena by the various law firms, or the two law firms.
And do you know why there's no footage from May 23rd, 2016?
I do not.
And you mentioned that both sides requested preservation of the video footage. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Is it your understanding that the press at some point became interested in getting statements from ECB relating to the May 21st incident?
Yes.
Did the press ask ECB or its employees for statements?
Yes.
And what's the policy of APM or ECB with respect to press statements about residents?
The policy is that we do not give statements to press.
And did Amber ever ask you about that?
Yes, she did.
In 2016, do you know if Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew lived in one of the penthouses at ECB?
Yes.
And did you ever see Rocky with Amber?
Yes.
If we could pull up Exhibit 4, please. Mr. Patterson, does this refresh your recollection about which penthouse Rocky Pennington lived in?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson, I'd like to go to the video footage now and go through some video footage. And let's start with Exhibit 5, please. In particular, around timestamp 18:55:19.
Now, Your Honor, I think we need to switch it.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. Okay.
Mr. Patterson, do you recognize this area?
Yes.
And where is it?
This is the mezzanine vestibule between the building and the parking garage.
And do you know if you or someone else at ECB was responsible for pulling this security footage and keeping it at ECB?
I did pull some video early on. However, the task was very overwhelming and took away from my daily duties. So the task was sent off to an outside party to pull all the videos based on the subpoena list.
And what was the outside party's name?
I don't recall offhand.
But was it at the direction of you or ECB?
Yes.
To assist you with time, or is that why?
Yes, I did not have the time to go through all of the video footage to record it.
Sure. Do the ECB video cameras have time and date stamps as a matter of course?
Yes.
And in your experience, are those time and date stamps relatively accurate?
Relatively accurate, yes.
And did you recognize the men in that exhibit?
Can you replay it, please?
Sure. And while we're waiting for the men to appear, how would you describe the quality of these videos?
Compared to our new updated cameras, not as clear.
And can you be more specific about not clear? Would you consider these to be grainy?
I would say this video here in the pause state does appear to be somewhat grainy.
And does it appear to be just a little bit blurry?
Yes, this video as I see it now looks a little blurry.
And did you recognize the men in this video clip?
Yes, I do recognize Mr. Depp. The first gentleman looks familiar. I can't place him at the moment.
And do you have any reason to believe that the date and timestamp are not accurate?
It does seem consistent with the time stamping of the video, so unless it was somehow altered, I would say it appears to be accurate.
And the video camera that you preserved in your office at ECB since 2016 has not been altered, is that correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 6, please. You recognize where this is?
Yes.
And where is it?
This is the mezzanine level again. Vestibule, the mail room is directly behind it, leading to the elevator vestibule.
And does that look like it accurately portrays the scene?
This shot accurately depicts the area, correct.
And do you recognize those men?
As I previously stated, I do recognize Mr. Depp. The other ones I do not.
And did the date and timestamp look accurate?
Yes.
If we could please go to Exhibit 7.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Switch back, okay.
And do you recognize where this is, Mr. Patterson?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does that look like a clip from the surveillance video in the elevator at ECB?
Yes.
And does it accurately portray the scene?
I don't know what you mean by scene.
Does it look like ECB, like the elevator at ECB?
Yes.
And is the quality of this a little bit grainy as well?
As it's displayed right now, yes.
And do the date and timestamps look accurate, like ECB keeps in the regular course of business?
Yes.
And could we please play the video so we can see who's getting on? And do you recognize those people getting on the elevator, Mr. Patterson?
Yes, I do recognize Mr. Depp.
And is smoking permitted on elevators at ECB?
No, it's not.
Let's move to Exhibit 8, please. Do you recognize this as ECB video footage?
Yes.
And do you recognize the men on the elevator?
As I previously mentioned, Mr. Depp only.
And do those date and timestamps look accurate?
Yes.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's movements on this elevator?
I'll use the description animated again.
Is he also swaying from side to side? Does this footage generally look like the footage that you preserved from 2016?
Yes.
Let's move to exhibit.
Okay. Switch it. Mm-hmm.
And do you recognize this area?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the same shot that was previously shown, the mezzanine vestibule.
And is it shot from one of the ECB surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the ones that was preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And do the date and time stamps look accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
And were you responsible for pulling this security footage generally?
Generally, yes.
And do you recognize the people in that video?
Excuse me. I do recognize Mr. Depp.
And what's Mr. Depp holding?
It appears to be a jacket.
And how would you describe how he's holding it?
with his left hand.
And if we could please move to Exhibit 11. And do you recognize this as ECB surveillance footage?
Yes.
And where was that footage taken?
This is back in the mezzanine vestibule between the building and the garage.
Say the last part. Vestibule what?
Between the building and the garage.
And was this one of the videos that was preserved since 2016 by ECB?
I don't recall this specific clip, but yes, this is video that was preserved.
And did the date and time stamps look accurate, like they would be on ECB footage?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those people?
I recognize Mr. Depp.
And does Mr. Depp appear to be leaving the building?
That would be the pathway from the building into the garage.
And does this look like true and accurate footage from the ECB video surveillance preserved since 2016?
Yes.
Moving right along to Exhibit 12, please. And where is this video, Mr. Patterson?
This video is the call box at the lobby entrance on Broadway.
And do you recognize that as security footage from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And does the date and time stamp look accurate to you?
Yes.
And move to Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize? Where this is?
Yes.
Where?
This is in the main lobby of the building.
And does that look like a surveillance clip from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And it says May 21st, 2016 at 20:53. Does that look like an accurate date and time stamp from the ECB footage?
Yes.
And that looks like a true and accurate copy of the surveillance has been preserved?
Yes.
Moving to Exhibit 14, please. You recognize this clip?
Yes.
And does it look like it's from one of ECB's security footage cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And where was this footage taken?
This is the shot of the front desk.
And would you agree that the footage is also a little bit grainy?
As it is displayed now, yes.
And do the date and timestamps look accurate to you?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as surveillance footage from one of the ECB cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
Do you recognize either of the officers?
I recognize them as officers.
And does the date and timestamp look accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
Move to Exhibit 16, please. Does this also appear to be a ECB surveillance camera footage?
Yes.
And do you recognize that person who just left the elevator?
I do not.
And does this generally appear to be one of the ones that have been preserved since 2016 at ECB?
Yes.
And as far as you know, does the date and timestamp look accurate?
Yes.
And for all of these clips that you've seen, do they appear to you to be true and accurate copies of the footage that have been preserved?
These seem very grainy and slow to me, from what I remember. But these are taken from Eastern Columbia video cameras during this time.
And preserved since that time at ECB?
Correct.
And they were preserved in the same condition?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Exhibit 17? And do you recognize this as a clip from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate?
Yes.
And does that accurately portray the elevator scene at ECB?
Yes.
And can we move to Exhibit 18, please? But do you recognize this as ECB security footage that's been preserved at ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And it looks like an accurate copy of what was preserved, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
And the date and timestamp, as far as you know, look accurate?
Yes.
Please move to Exhibit 19. And Mr. Patterson, do you know whether or not any of these timestamps are a few seconds off here or there or not?
I believe there is a few second time discrepancy.
And do you know why there would be a few second time discrepancy, or?
I don't know the reason behind it now.
Okay. And did you recognize that video clip as one of the videos that has been preserved at ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And does that appear to be an accurate copy of one of the surveillance copies that have been preserved?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that the date and timestamp is reasonably accurate, with a couple seconds margin?
Yes.
And please move to Exhibit 20. And do you recognize this as one of the videos that have been taken at ECB, by a surveillance camera at ECB?
Yes.
And are these one of the videos that have been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, within a few seconds? Is the date and time stamp accurate?
As far as I know, yes.
And those appear to be two officers leaving ECB?
Yes.
And move to Exhibit 21, please. Do you recognize where this is?
Yes.
And what does it look like to you?
This is the same shot from the kiosk camera outside of the lobby on Broadway.
Is it shot from one of the surveillance cameras at ECB?
Yes.
And does that appear to be one of the clips that has been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
Exhibit 22. Can we move to that, please? And does this appear to be, this clip appear to be taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And which camera?
This is the lobby, one of the lobby cameras.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was preserved at ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate?
Yes, within a few seconds.
And were those two officers walking in this video?
Yes, those appear to be two officers.
Or does this look like how the lobby? Does this look like how the lobby looks in the video's surveillance preserved by ECB?
Yes.
Let's move to Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this as video footage taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that's been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do those appear to be officers talking to the concierge?
Yes.
And move to Exhibit 24, please. And do you recognize this as video footage taken by one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And was this one of the clips that were taken by ECB and preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, within a few seconds, are the date and time stamps accurate?
Yes.
Can we please go to Exhibit 27? And do you recognize this video? Is one of the videos from the ECB security footage that have been preserved since 2016 by ECB?
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Calls for expert opinion.
And move to Exhibit 28, please. Do you recognize this video as one of the ECB surveillance videos?
Yes.
And which surveillance video? Which part of the building?
This is the lobby.
Okay. And does this appear to be one of the clips that has been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do those look like two officers in the lobby to you?
Yes.
Move to 29. And do you recognize this video is taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And was this one of the clips that have been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And this appears to be an accurate copy of what was preserved.
Yes.
And move to Exhibit 30, please. And do you recognize this as footage taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that has been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And that appears to be an accurate copy of what was preserved?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
May we please go to Exhibit 30? And do you recognize this as one of the video clips from ECB video surveillance?
Yes.
And is this the elevator camera?
One of, yes.
And do you recognize who's on the elevator?
It appears to be Amber.
And does this look like one of the video
Yes.
And as far as you know, within a few seconds, is the date and time stamp accurate?
Yes.
Can we please move to Exhibit 30? $31. And does this appear to be one of the video clips taken from the ECB security footage?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And while we're waiting for someone to appear, do you recognize the person at the front desk, if you can see him? And do you recognize who's walking into the video now?
I do recognize that as Amber. I'm trying to get a facial recognition of the person at the desk.
Can you see him now?
Yes.
And who's that?
His name is Cornelius.
Do you know why Mr. Harrell and Amber would be going around that corner?
The package room is around the corner.
And does this look like one of the video clips that's been preserved and taken by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And does the date and time stamp look accurate as within a few seconds as far as you know?
Yes.
And does this look like an accurate clip from the ECB footage?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as Exhibit 31 and move to Exhibit 32, please? And do you recognize who's walking through the picture in this video?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
And does this look like a video clip taken from one of the ECB surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the videos that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I'd like to move to Exhibit 33, please. And does this look like video footage taken from one of the ECB surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I'd like to move to admit this as Exhibit 33. And do you recognize who's in this video right now?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
And where is she?
This is the service corridor outside of the package room.
Okay, and if we could please rewind the tape a little bit and see who Amber was with. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Cornelius.
And what's his last name?
Powell?
And,
Errol?
and was he walking out? Where was he walking out from?
The package room.
Where is this in ECB?
This is on the main level service corridor.
And would you agree with me that this footage is also a little bit grainy?
Yes.
If you could please, I'd like to move to admit Exhibit 33. And if we could please move to Exhibit 34. And do you recognize this as one of the ECB security camera footage clips?
Yes.
And does appear to be one of the video footage clips taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize who's in this video?
It appears to be Amber Heard.
And do you know where this video is?
Can you expand on that?
Sure. Is it in an elevator? In ECB?
Yes.
And can we go back to that exhibit, please? Just for a minute. And can we go to roughly timestamp 18/22/26? Would you agree with me that the video footage here is a little bit grainy?
Yes.
And does it look a little bit fuzzy to you?
Yes.
And can we please move to Exhibit 35? And does this look like video footage from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, do the date and time stamps look accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
If we could please move to timestamp, see, 18/41/29. And do you recognize who just walked in the elevator?
It appears to be Amber. I'm not sure who the gentleman is.
Does that video appear a little bit grainy to you?
As it's displayed now.
And if we could please move to exhibit, I think we're on 36. And does this appear to be footage from one of the security cameras at ECB?
Yes.
And who just walked through the footage?
Amber Heard and a gentleman.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date, stamp, and time reasonably accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that that also is a little bit grainy in that footage?
Yes, as it's displayed now.
And if we could please move to Exhibit 37. And does this appear to be a video camera from one of ECB's video cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And did you recognize who walked through that video?
Amber Heard and an unknown gentleman.
And is this video also a little bit grainy as it appears?
As it appears now, yes.
I'd like to move in Exhibit 37. And please move to Exhibit 38. And does this appear to be video taken from one of the security cameras at ECB?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And if we could, let's see, go to 2256, please, timestamp wise. And do you recognize who's getting on the elevator?
I cannot see her face, but it appears to be Amber Heard.
Move to exhibit, this is 38, and then we can move to 39, please. Does this look like a true and accurate copy of or surveillance footage from one of the ECB cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken and preserved in 2016 by ECB?
Yes.
And when I say by ECB, I mean either you or someone under your direction, like the contractor you spoke of. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And I'd like to move this in as Exhibit 39, please. And do you know who is working behind the desk in this video?
Yes.
And who's that?
Alex Romero.
Okay, can we move to Exhibit 40, please? And does this appear to be a video from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as Exhibit 40, please. And if we could go to timestamp 21/17/33, please. And if we could move, oh yeah, thanks. And do you recognize who's getting on the elevator?
Yes.
And who is it?
Amber, Rocky, and her sister Whitney.
And would you agree with me that the video footage is a little bit grainy in this clip?
Yes, as is displayed at the moment.
And does that date and time stamp look accurate within a few seconds as far as you know?
Yes.
And does that appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ACB since 2016?
Yes.
I'd like to move to admit that as Exhibit 40, please. And move to 41, please.
All right, Counsel, could you pause it for a moment? Let's just go ahead and. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break till 4 o'clock, okay? All right, thank you. Go ahead. All right, we'll come back at 4 o'clock then, okay?
Thanks, brother.